Good morning. We'll call this meeting to order. This is the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners meeting, March 2nd, 2026. It is 9 a.m. If everyone could rise for the pledge to the flag. Now we'd like to take a moment of silence. We take this moment for individual prayer reflection to honor and remember our first responders and the men and women in our military who keep us safe and protect our freedoms at home and abroad. Right now, we'd like to discuss additions, deletions, and modifications to our agenda today. We've had two items added. Item 8B, this is a consideration of an employment separation agreement for the county administrator. And item 8C, this is a consideration of a tri-party agreement for a creation of a mural on a county facility. Just a few announcements. March 7th is the Spring Fest at Town Center. This is sponsored by the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber of Commerce. It will be March 7th, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. in Palm Coast Central Park. Also upcoming, we have some commission meetings and workshops. Today, there is a workshop at 1 p.m. on roads. We have a workshop Monday, March 16th at 1 p.m. and our regular meeting will be at 5 p.m. on March the 16th. We would also like to announce that there is the Family Life Center will be having their, Yacht Rock party. And I believe that is March the 27th, 20th. Okay, March the 20th. So if anyone's interested, there are tickets online for that event. You're welcome. All right, now we're going to move on to our recognitions, proclamations, and presentations. The first will be a recognition. This is the Flagler County E911 Life Saving Awards. That will be Miss Mortimer. Good morning. It's so nice to see you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Christina Mortimer, Emergency Communications Director. Happy to be here this morning with Lucas Santos, one of our dispatchers, to honor him for saving another life. Lucas has quite a few life-saving awards under his belt since his time in our center, but this is the most recent one. On December 22nd, Lucas Santos guided a woman through CPR on her unresponsive husband. Initially, the caller believed her husband was breathing, but Lucas quickly identified the breathing was abnormal and CPR was necessary. With calm and clear instructions, Lucas directed the caller through several rounds of compressions until LEO arrived and took over and deployed an AED, as well as fire and EMS. Before transport, crews did inform dispatch they have achieved return of spontaneous circulation and the patient was breathing. So initially when the caller called, and this happens quite often, they explain, we always ask if the patient's alert, conscious breathing. This caller did say the patient was breathing. Lucas was able to identify over the phone that it was actually agonal breathing, which is not normal. So because of his ability to recognize that, CPR was able to be started and was successful. So very proud of Lucas. Thank you.
Thank you. She beat me. Now we'll move on to our proclamations. The first, I believe, was with Commissioner Hanson. It is the Flagler Reads Together Month requested by Ms. Albanese from our library.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A proclamation of Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming March 2026 as Flagler Reads Together Month in Flagler County. whereas reading is the gateway skill for all learning, and whereas reading literature inspires us to think about ourselves, our environment, and our relationships, and whereas talking about literature with friends, families, and neighbors adds richness and depth to the experience of reading and enables the sharing of thoughts. And whereas Flagler Reads Together 2026 will read the biography Dust Tracks on a Road by Zora Neale Hurston. The book traces events from her childhood, schooling, and professional pursuits. She chronicles her personal life and professional growth as a writer, folklorist, and anthropologist. Zora was raised in Eatonville, Florida, the first incorporated Black town in the United States. However, when she was 9, her mother died, and Zora was sent to boarding school in Jacksonville. After she finished high school and went on to study philosophy and anthropology in college, Zora pursued her folkloric research and published several short stories and books. Library staff and the Friends of the Library encourage citizens of Flagler County to join in the 26th annual Flagler Reads Together by reading and discussing this book. And whereas Flagler Reads Together encourages a culture of reading and discussion in Flagler County by bringing our diverse county together around one book. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that March 2026 be declared as Flagler Reads Together in the County of Flagler. Adopted this second day of March 2026, attested to by Tom Bexley, Clerk of the Court and Comptroller, and signed by Flagler County Board of Commissioners Chairman Leanne Pennington.
Yes, sir. I'll entertain a motion. Do you want to get that out of the?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I move that we proclaim March 2026 as Flagler Reads Together Month.
Second. I have a motion by Mr. Hanson, a second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye. Good morning, Ms. Albanese.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Commissioners. Holly Albanese, Library Director. I have with me here today Mike Cocciola, the President of the Friends, and Carl Laundrie, the Vice President. And we're here to, one, thank you. And I'm going to let Mike talk about the upcoming programs and about the Friends of the Library and how they contribute and pay for the programs that help us. But basically, the staff did select the book, and all of these programs are really to support this particular title and Flagler Reads Together. We hope people will participate. There's over a dozen programs between the Palm Coast Library, and now with the Nexus Center Online, we're able to actually hold programs at the Bunnell Library at this time. So we have several there as well. And we do hope that people will participate. I have a copy of the book for each of you, along with a copy of the programs, so that you might participate. And we always ask that you take the book, hopefully read it, and if nothing else, pass it along. The more people that it works around to, more people will read it. Okay? Thank you. Mike? No.
No. Okay, good. Thank you, Commissioners, very much. Reading is so important as we grow our children into adults and make them, or depend upon them to lead us into the future. Just a second about the Flagler Friends of the Library. We are the ones who raise money for the library system, both libraries, Palm Coast and Bunnell at Nexus. And we depend upon donations to pay for all of the programs that are put on by both libraries, all. The county commission doesn't pay for those programs, so we step up, we raise money, and we do that. And we are always open to donations. I'm going to just say, for those who are want to step up and donate to us, you go on flaglerlibrary.org, flaglerlibrary.org. You could find FOL right on that front page, and open that up, and anybody can donate, and all of the money, all of it, every penny goes for programs for our kids, for our teens, for adults, and for adult seniors. And we keep all of that going every day, virtually every day. There's something going on at either one of the libraries or both. So again, thank you for giving us this opportunity. And I hope you will continue that support on into the future. Thank you.
We encourage everybody to, if you haven't been, to go over to the Nexus Center where the new library is. It's spectacular, and they're doing an awesome job bringing programs into the area. Thank you. Next will be a proclamation for Procurement Month, March 2026. This is requested by Mr. Brower and Director Robert Rounds. I believe Mr. Dance has it.
Thank you. This is a proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming March 2026 as Procurement Month in Flagler County. Whereas the public procurement profession plays a significant role in the efficiency and effectiveness of both government and businesses by upholding the principles of fairness, competition, and transparency. And whereas public procurement requires specific knowledge and skill to maintain fair and competitive purchasing practices and effective contract negotiations for the mutual benefit of Flagler County, suppliers, and our citizens. And whereas procurement professionals are tasked with navigating complex procurement laws and maintaining the highest ethical standards of professional conduct. And whereas a professional procurement team is a vital component in the county's success by ensuring citizens receive the best value from their tax dollars through a steadfast commitment to fostering innovation, continuous improvement, and promoting nationally recognized best practices through strategic procurement, as well as developing, cultivating, and retaining the best talent. And whereas procurement professionals in Flagler County are dedicated to ensuring the prudent use of public funds, thereby significantly contributing to the fiscal health and stability of the county. And whereas Flagler County's public procurement professionals recognize, support, and practice the public procurement values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency established by the National Institute of Governmental Purchasing as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession. And whereas the NIGP has recognized the month of March as Procurement Month to further expand awareness of the procurement professional's role to government officials, businesses, corporate leaders, and the general public. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that March 2026 be declared as Procurement Month in the County of Flagler, and urge all citizens to join us in extending appreciation to all procurement professionals for their continued leadership, hard work, commitment to the highest ethical standards, and dedication to their profession, our organization, and those we serve. Adopted this second day of March 2026, attested by Clerk of Court Tom Bexley and signed by our Chair, Leanne Pennington. Congratulations. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Brower, Financial Services.
I'd like to-
Appreciate.
Let me go ahead and, before you get started, let me move approval of the proclamation.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Dance, a second by Ms. Carney. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
All right, now we can do this.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. John Brower, Financial Services. Appreciate the long read there.
All right.
Madam Chair, this is the third year in a row the board has recognized the month of March as Procurement Month. Throughout the nation, appreciation is extended to the many women and men that work hard every day to embrace their responsibility to require the goods and services needed by their government, ensuring transparency, cost efficiency, adherence to strict legal regulations, and fair competition, all to get the best value of taxpayers' money. Your procurement professionals understand and embrace the importance of their work and the immense responsibility it carries as they work diligently to aid in the success of the many programs and initiatives in place to implement the board's direction, and is with a sense of pride that they conduct our county business every day. Your Office of Procurement and Contracts is a highly credentialed team that includes MBAs and certifications recognized throughout the state and nation, including the CPPB, the Certified Professional Public Buyer, the NIGP CPP, the Institute for Public Procurement Certified Procurement Professional, and the FCCM, the Florida Certified Contract Manager. Perhaps more importantly, though, is their commitment to continuously learn and grow to do their part in earning and maintaining the trust of the board, our departments, vendors, and most importantly, our community. This is why your proclamation today highlighting these hardworking professionals and acknowledging the importance of their work is so appreciated. And on their behalf, I'd like to thank the board.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate everything you do, and I've always found your department to be above board and very quick and responsive to our needs, so I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate that very much.
Would you like to take a picture?
Absolutely.
It's like a race car driver. We can put a piece of tape on that steering wheel.
Don't go too far, sir, because you're the next one as well. Government Finance Professional Weeks. I believe Ms. Carney has this one.
I do. Thank you, Chair. A proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming March 16th through the 20th, 2026 as Government Finance Professional Week in Flagler County. Whereas the Florida Government Service Offices Association, FGFOA, is a professional association founded in 1937 and serves more than 3,300 professionals from state, city, and county governments, school districts, colleges and universities, special districts, and private firms. And whereas FGFOA is dedicated to being a professional resource by providing opportunities through education, networking, leadership, and information. And whereas this Government Finance Professional Week includes a series of activities aimed at recognizing government finance professionals and the vital services that they provide to our state and our community. And whereas a professional finance and budget team is a vital component to the county's financial and operational success. And whereas finance and budget professionals in Flagler County are committed to creating and maintaining a fiscally solid foundation and award-winning budgets to support all areas of the county, with implementing board policies and our strategic plan to achieve our mission, and as such, our valuable team members worthy of developing, cultivating, and retaining. And whereas during this week, government finance professionals throughout the state of Florida will be acknowledged for their hard work, dedication, and leadership. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that March 16th through the 20th, 2026, be declared as Government Finance Professionals Week in the county of Flagler, and urge all citizens to join us in extending appreciation to all government finance professionals for their continued leadership, hard work, commitment, and the highest ethical standards and dedication to their profession, our organization, and those we serve. Adopted this second day of March, 2026, Tom Bexley, Clerk of Circuit Court and Comptroller, and signed by Flagler County Board of County Commissioners Chair Leanne Pennington. Madam Chair, I make a motion that we proclaim March 16th through the 20th, 2026 as Government Finance Professional Week in Flagler County. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Carney, a second by Ms. Richardson. All those in favor signify with aye. Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Brower, Financial Services. This is the seventh year in a row the board has recognized the many finance professionals in government throughout the county working hard every day to build upon the trust instilled in them as stewards of our taxpayers' money. On their behalf, I'd like to thank you and the board for today's proclamation. Like so many others within support operations, finance professionals work diligently behind the scenes to aid in the success of the many programs and initiatives in place to implement the board's policies. In your Office of Management and Budget alone, there are MBAs, MPAs, certified government financial officers, and certified public managers. Unquestionably a highly educated and certified team, all driven to meet and exceed the highest of expectations and improve upon their work that has consistently won awards from peer groups as well as state and national organizations. Each of them carries a tremendous sense of responsibility, not only for the work they do, but also how that work affects all levels of our organization and each of our citizens. They understand the extent to which they are relied upon and the importance of them performing with honor and integrity. These experts apply their knowledge in the background, out of the spotlight, ensuring the application of sound fiscal practices and policies, all to protect our taxpayers' money and do their part in earning the trust of our community. This is why your public recognition of these hardworking professionals is appreciated. Thank you again for acknowledging them and the work they do for all of us.
Thank you so much, sir. Would you like to come up and take a picture? And just to let you know, we're going to have to recess after this for 10 minutes while they try to fix the sound. It's not working to the public. So,
Madam Chairman, can I say something?
yeah, absolutely, sir.
Yeah, you've heard me say this before, but the most important thing we do as a commission is spend the taxpayers' money wisely. And you all make it possible to do that without any problems. You pass the audits every time with flying colors. And I think we are good stewards of the taxpayers' dollar because of you all. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
It wouldn't be the proclamation without Commissioner Hanson. But I'm going to have to pick up your speech next year. So 'cause if you hadn't stated it, I was going to remind you it was time for your statement. So good job. Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll take a picture and then we'll recess. We're going to have to take a recess maybe for about 10 minutes to the YouTube is not, no one can hear us in live. And there's been several complaints already from residents and press. So if we could just take a few minutes, would that be okay with everybody? So we're going to take a recess and maybe come back about 9:30 or so. Thank you. Next up, we're moving on to presentations. The first presentation is our Financial Services Department overview, and this will be presented by Mr. Brower. Good morning again.
Good morning, Madam Chair. John Brower, Financial Services, and I expect this to be the last time you see me today. Hopefully.
Just today.
Madam Chair, Administrator Heidi Petito asked each department a few months ago to present to the board an overview of what each department does to inform our citizens as well as the board of how taxpayer money is being spent and the vital work that's being done to implement the policies and direction of the board. Much of the work of financial services is behind the scenes, supporting our frontline services like fire rescue, parks, and the SHIP program, to name a few. That said, there's a larger portion that involves correctly managing the county's many other responsibilities crucial to our operations, things like the TRIM implementation, FEMA issues, covenants, legislation, and certainly building and maintaining a fiscally strong position for the county. The board and county administrator run a large-scale $335 million annual operation with a huge span of work and responsibilities. And behind the scenes, your financial services department is involved in it all. We're a small office for what we do, and you'll see evidence that workload is consistently increasing in quantity and complexity as we go forward in the presentation. But one thing I'd like to point out is our facilitate the yes philosophy. That's how we see ourselves, as a service support department for the service issuing departments. It's a constant mantra that we have throughout the day. What's it take to be a part of our team? Well, each person needs to have high critical thinking skills. They need to be highly capable and flexible. They need to have intestinal fortitude and confidence and strong about their work. Need to have the team approach, we're only as strong as the weakest part of the team, and we have constant collaboration daily. We're asked to participate in many meetings with many different topics, and we want to be sure that we add value to each one of those meetings, which is why we are being asked to attend the meetings in the first place. So we want to make sure that we help as much as we can. The financial services team is a highly educated and experienced team, constantly learning and growing, gaining certifications and leadership. Just in the past year alone, Amanda Gilbert earned her Master's of Public Administration. Shannon Burnett became a certified professional procurement associate. Kelly Bowman became a certified professional public buyer. Robert Rounds and Jessica Martin became the NIGP's certified procurement professional. I always get the P's mixed up. Andrew Ferrara became Florida certified contract manager, just all within the past year or so. We believe in and support professional development and continual learning, not just the hard skills, as mentioned, the education and the professional certifications, but also the soft skills, which are the interpersonal and behavioral qualities that truly separate our team. Certainly to facilitate the yes mentality is consistent, but also we embrace the leadership philosophy. 75% of our team has graduated from extended leadership education. Most recently, the two of our members of our team graduated from the Flagler County Local Government Leadership Academy that's offered by the tax collector. And the next class has begun, and we have two more members of the team that are in that class as well. We received this letter recently from our housing and program manager and SHIP administrator, Devery Pardowski, which really appreciate her taking the time to write this and send it out. I wanted to share it with you again because of how it highlights the specific things that we're trying to do to help all departments, and the fact that she pointed these out in her letter made us feel good that we're on the right path and we're doing the right things. So the Office of Procurement and Contracts clearly does formal procurement, general purchasing things like purchase orders and P cards, but also the formal procurement process, which is a very in-depth and statute-driven process. And we want to make sure that we keep doing that better and better, and we'll get into some of that later. Contract compliance, and to assist departments, we monitor contracts. We used to realize that contracts, for example, were very close to expiring, and we didn't have the time to have all the options to move forward with. So we had to sign an existing contract or extend an existing contract, which may or may not have been a great idea. So we implemented a process to let people know 6 months in advance that their contracts are ending, and if they wanted to continue, we can do that. If we wanted to go out for RFP or some other formal process, we'd have the time to do that as well. We also help with the creation of the templates for their performance, or their templates of the contract to include performance measures to better notify the vendor what we expect, scope of services, expectations, those type of things, and of course, the contract compliance part, which is important. We also have a warehouse with inventory management and surplus management, and we'll get into some data from there momentarily. The principal goals of public procurement, I'll let you read those. I just would point out the one thing, ensuring the accountability in the public use of public funds. Everyone has the power, if you will, to stop a process and ask questions if there's any questions of a specific or particular thing we're spending money on. It's all to have those checks in line to protect the people's money. Some hard data for the procurement from fiscal year 2025. We've negotiated 74 formal contracts, which is up from 45 from fiscal year 24. 8,200 purchasing card transactions were processed, up from 7,400. 14,000 invoices were processed, and 880 purchase orders were created, and up almost 100 from the year before. Again, evidence that we're growing in complexity and workload. One reason to explain the 74 contracts, one of the reasons is we are trying to do more county-specific contracts as opposed to piggybacking on other jurisdictions, which is fine, and sometimes it's the best way to move forward. But we have to realize that those jurisdictions negotiated those contracts for what was best for them, not necessarily for what was the best for Flagler County. So us taking the reins and doing those things on our behalf helps our operations and maybe even save some money. The warehouse operations from FY '25, from FY '24, we do have 1,500 or so items that we keep in stock, from janitorial supplies, electrical supplies, safety products, those type of things. Operations for 2025, we've averaged 44 fleet work orders per week, up from 40. Each of those transactions were up, I should say, the average transactions per week of 222 is up from 183 per week, and each one of those transactions has more items as part of it as well. Our asset and surplus management, every board, every meeting or two, more surplus items are coming to you to create items that we've used into surplus so they can be discarded in some way, whether trashed if they have no value at all, or placed on auction sites to sell. Everything's sold as is. Back in 2021 or so, we looked at our surplus and noticed we had stuff everywhere. We had yards full of buses and lawnmowers and just raw materials, steel, those type of things that were just being overgrown by grass and eroded by the weather. Also, the value was being eroded as well. The 2 years prior to FY '22, we had an average of $8,700 a year in surplus sales. We looked at the situation. The county administrator took an existing position and reclassified it to a fixed asset and property control coordinator. That's, primary function was to get rid of the surplus. Since that it was created, over $2.5 million of surplus has been sold, including $270,000 or so this fiscal year alone, which far exceeds the cost of the position, which obviously we look for that to happen. If we're going to add a position, is it going to pay for itself? That type of stuff. And we're constantly analyzing, current operations and making changes where we feel that they'd be valuable like that. The Office of Management and Budget. On the management side, we do financial management and policy management, do a lot of reporting and analysis, and we look at ourselves as internal consultants for the county. On the budget side, in addition to creating the next fiscal year's budget, we are monitoring and adjusting the current budget at the same time, assisting departments in that. OMB facilitates the budget process and adoption process. We've just kicked off that about a month ago or so. Budget implementation and monitoring is consistent all year round. We we're over the county debt management program and county debt, the county capital improvement program, its creation and its monitoring. And we work with the implementing departments, the ones that actually construct the contracts or the projects. Grant administration and management and reporting assistance to the departments. Most of our grants are out in the departments. We do have a few that OMB just does, and we'll go over one or two of those in a moment. And then, of course, special projects that come up throughout the year. We look at ourselves as a resource that use a wide array of tools and skill sets to assist the county decision makers with information and the information that they need to make decisions. And we're very fortunate to have a very good team with a high level of experience and knowledge from both the public and private sector. And we certainly want to tap into that as much as we can for the betterment of the county. The county budget book, 500-page document, communication tool. It's a large document, obviously, but it covers a lot of things. It's a financial plan, a policy document. It's putting money to the policies the board has determined important. Communication tool. And, we not only create the budget and we utilize the best practices and publish and communicate our budget, but we do it at an award-winning level for 16 years straight now. Behind the scenes, there's a lot of work that occurs all the time. And many times this work manifests into successes like our strong rating from S&P Global for our bonds of AA+. It is the strongest rating in the history of the county, I believe. Challenges moving forward. We understand that we're growing fast. I think everyone understands that. We have more people, more population, more services that they'll need and want, which of course is more work for not only the departments out there day to day providing them, but also for the support departments like financial services. We're getting more money from different sources, which of course comes with more scrutiny. And the workload can get overwhelming, but it's a testament to the strength of our team, how they work through it and how they work through it together and overcome the obstacles to get the work done. You know, we're a small county and we have small county processes, but we're getting away from those more and more to better operate the county. To me, it's important to recognize the enormous amount of work necessary to address what I call the rest of the story. For example, the hurricanes in the second bullet point there. You know, the actual emergency lasts a few days, and then everyone kind of goes back to normal operations. Well, financial services deals with those for years and years. For example, we're still working with FEMA because of the bureaucracy and the federal government and all that kind of stuff. We're still working on Milton from 2024, Ian and Nicole from 2022, Dorian from 2019, Irma from 2017, and even Matthew from 2016, almost a decade ago when he hit. The grants I was mentioning that are kind of done inside of OMB, state and federal grants, and you know, for example, the CARES Act. We got $20 million from the government, and if you recall, it was about quickly processing that money and getting it out into our community as fast as we could. Many organizations, jurisdictions larger than us, got a third-party administrator to manage their program, and they charged upwards of 10% of the amount that they received. Well, if we've done all our stuff in-house, so if we would have done that third-party thing, it would have cost us $2 million. We got about $20 million. It would have cost us $2 million for a third party to administrate it for us. And of course, obviously, that's $2 million that wouldn't have gone out to our people and into our economy. We're always increasing our knowledge. We're always taking training, taking new training, looking around for new training, always trying to better ourselves, and constantly cross-training. We don't want any one person knowing any one thing. We want there to be shared information across OMB and OPC and people within the financial services team, so everyone is aware to make us the most efficient we can be. It's very important to us to build our future leaders. We referenced that 75% of our team has gone through some sort of in-depth leadership training, some multiple trainings. We're constantly looking to improve, and we're working hard to retain our valued people. And when it is necessary to hire a vacancy, we hire smart, skilled applicants, and very important, we make sure that they fit with the team and fit with our culture. We need to be sure that behind-the-scenes support functions are not to be overlooked, as they are critical to the success of the county operations. It's easy to forget about them because they're out of sight, out of mind type of thing. But without a solid, strong support team, our overall services will diminish, if nothing else, just because the process time to do things would take longer. So we feel that's very important to our overall operations. And that is it for today.
Thank you,
Welcome any
sir.
questions.
Any questions for?
Let me turn that on. Talk a little bit more about the where we're at with our interest earned and how that started and the importance of that revenue source.
Sure, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but when I first started here, we had about $6 million in fund balance or in reserves. not making a lot of money regardless of what the interest rate was. Interest rates went down, obviously, but we had a concerted effort to build up our reserves, build up our fund balance, basically put money in savings. That money, even invested at a moderate, as risk-free as possible way, the more money you have, the more interest you're going to earn. So we've had, over the past few years, millions of dollars that we have had available. That's not guaranteed because of the interest rates change and the fund balance and reserve levels change, but it's money that we never had in the past. It's, of course, we can use it, but someone like me would say, no, let's keep it in the savings account because it also saves us a lot of money if and when we ever want to borrow money. I think, it takes money to make money. If I don't have money and I need a loan, it seems hard to get. But if I have plenty of money and I want a loan, they're eager to give me money at a low interest rate, right? So having a good fund balance, good solid fund balance, which includes the interest earnings from the size of the fund balance, is an important thing for our operations and sustainability.
Thank you. I agree. Just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Can those, Mr. Brower, could those funds be for part of a match if we have to meet with the government on something? Is that ever used for our matching money?
The interest that we earn on general revenue can be used as general revenue, yes. There is some interest that we have on restricted revenue that needs to stay for the source. But yeah, in general, the large majority of that money that we earn certainly can be used.
Available
I would,
for-
and might get some pushback from folks, but I would consider it one-time revenue because it's really not guaranteed. We spend money, we won't get the interest earns if we're counting on that money to come in. Interest rates drop, whatever the case may be. So want to be cautious in that, but yeah, most of it's general revenue.
Thank you.
So as of our practice right now is to keep it in reserves and let it continue to compound at whatever interest rate we can earn.
Right.
We don't normally touch it unless we,
Try not to. We want to build up our reserves to 3/12 of our operating because, we're a coastal community and at any given time we can, have a big storm. We need to have cash available to easily combat it and deal with it. In the past, we wouldn't be able to do that. We'd have to take loans. I think, those TAN loans, those tax anticipation loans that we used to have, cost $50,000 a year just to get the money to cash flow our operations for a couple of years because we didn't have, money in savings to kind of cash flow our operations. And we haven't done that in a while now, which is great. And the stronger we are financially, the better off we are across the board.
we'll have a great budget year.
We will.
And one final comment, and we've kind of assumed a little bit more risk in some of our self-insurance areas, so it's additionally good to have those, to build up the reserve for those, cover those as well in case something happens.
Right. It's a calculated risk. The idea that we're going to have a total loss on $1 million building, I'm not an actuary, but is probably pretty low, especially the newer build stuff. If we have to carry insurance for various reasons, we have to. We do, but by self-insuring those things saves us a lot of money that we've just been sending to insurance companies and never using. We've sent millions to the insurance company to cover policies, and I want to say over the past 10 years, maybe it was a very low amount, 70,000 that we got back from the insurance companies. So we send them a bunch of money, and we don't make a bunch of claims, and we certainly don't get our money's worth out of that. So by doing it ourselves.
Is.
Huh?
That's what insurance is.
Yeah, well, right, but if we can self-insure, we save
Yeah.
a ton of money. We pay ourselves for the administration, if nothing else. We don't have to pay for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We greatly appreciate it and
You're welcome,
look
Madam
forward
Chair.
to
Thank
working
you.
with you this budget.
Thank you, team.
Do you have a copy of your
The presentation?
presentation?
Yeah, it should be in the backup. I assume it was, but
It's in the backup.
It is, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. If
It's
you need me to send it
probably
to
in the
you,
back. I
just let
will
me know.
look at it. I just, sometimes we get them in paper up here.
Understood.
So I usually read through it while you're doing it. Thank
If you
you.
can't find it, just let me
I'll let
know
you
and
know.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, sir. Have a
you.
good day. All right, next up, our presentation is for Elder Source. This will be presented, I believe, by Linda
Thank
Levin.
y'all.
Oh. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, and thank you so much.
Morning.
Good morning for your time today, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Linda Levin. I'm CEO of Elder Source. Elder Source is the Area Agency on Aging and Aging and Disability Resource Center for 7 counties in Northeast Florida. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about who we are, what we do, and the relationship to you. We are part of a large national network of over 600 area agencies on aging around the country. We're all independent of each other, but we are part of that large national network. I point that out because there are many people from our area who need help outside of our state, or I often get calls from family members who live outside our state who come here who need help. And so we have those connections in case you have any of those needs here in Flagler County. In Florida, there are 11 area agencies on aging, each with a distinct planning and service area. Ours is 7 counties. We go from the Georgia state line with Nassau County on down through Flagler to Volusia and a little west into Clay and Baker County. Our mission is to empower people to live and age with independence and dignity for as long as possible in their home and community. So we do not go into assisted living facilities or into nursing homes. We are all about helping older adults, adults with disabilities, and their caregivers remain at home, receiving the support they need to be where they want to be. Our responsibilities as an area agency on aging is to identify the needs of older adults and their caregivers in our 7-county region. And we do this in a variety of ways. We do needs assessments, public hearings, focus groups, surveys. We also have a helpline, which you'll hear about, where we capture what are the needs that people are calling for, what are they waiting for, and we also have an advisory council. In fact, one of our advisory council members is here, Joanne Hinkle, who represent our 7 counties and bring the information to us too in terms of what do they identify as some of the unmet needs that we might need to address. We then develop plans to address those needs. And every area agency on aging throughout the country does what's called an area plan. That looks at the state and federal dollars that we receive, what are the needs that are in our community, and how are we going to address them? And we submit that to the state. Every state has a state unit on aging. In Florida, that's the Department of Elder Affairs, and that's who we report to. We competitively procure, similar to your own department here, all of our grants and contracts. So we have 2 bid cycles. One is for our federal dollars, and one is for our state revenue dollars. And we bid competitively every 6 years. We make sure that the taxpayer dollars, just like your own department here, are well and appropriately spent. Those most in need receive the services, and that they are a good quality service. So we provide all of our providers training, technical assistance, and we also do fiscal and programmatic monitoring throughout the term of the contract that we have with them. A big role that we have is also advocate. So we advocate at this local, state, and federal level on funding and policy, but also individual advocacy for individuals who need the assistance. When we do allocate our funding, it is every program that we fund, which I'll touch on, has a funding formula based on the criteria for eligibility for the program. So there's a federal funding program for the Older Americans Act, and then each of our state-funded programs also have a formula. So there's never enough funding to fund everybody 100%. So we stand by that formula, and everyone gets their fair share. So how are we funded? excuse me. Area agencies on aging were established in the Federal Older Americans Act in 1965. So we've been around for quite a bit of time. That funding comes down to the State Unit on Aging in Florida, that's the Department of Elder Affairs. They then distribute the funding to us by formula, and they distribute the state-funded program funding to us as well. We then also receive other grants, foundation grants. We raise private funds with donors and so forth. And as I mentioned, everything in terms of the state and federal grants comes through the Florida Department of Elder Affairs. Some of the programs, and so you all receive funding from us. Some of the programs that we fund include the Federal Older Americans Act, state-funded programs like community care for the elderly for frail elders, home care for the elderly for very low-income older adults who are very, very frail and have a 24-hour caregiver. The Alzheimer's Disease Initiative, that's for people of any age who have a dementia diagnosis. We then have RELIEF, which is respite for elders living in everyday families, and the Federal Emergency Home Energy Assistance for the Elderly program. Some of what our partners provide that we fund with the state and federal dollars, they range from in-home and community. So things like senior center activities, congregate dining, so the meals that they receive at a meal site, transportation, legal services, health support services, caregiver support, adult daycare, legal services, health and wellness programming, but then they also have home-based services, so home-delivered meals, which is what people are most familiar with, homemaker, personal care, respite for caregivers, chore, and there's many other services that we are able to fund with the funding we receive and provide. This is done primarily through our partner agencies. Remember I mentioned we do competitive procurement. So we enter into contract, 90+% of our funds is pushed out through these contracts. Our admin is less than 9%, so everything gets pushed out to our providers. These are the providers who we contract with throughout our 7 counties. You'll see there is Flagler County Senior Services. We provide the county over $1.2 million in federal and state funding to provide the services I mentioned. Now, as an Aging and Disability Resource Center, we have also a helpline that provides information referrals to anybody looking for resources anywhere in our region. But also, again, I mentioned we have this large network. Even outside our region, we can connect them to resources. We do our best to do that. It's a wonderful service, so we tell people our logo is to start here for help. That's our tagline, because it's a great place to get really good information about resources in the community. We also then have staff who do intake and screening, and that's for people who need to get into those state programs, the state-funded programs, and the Medicaid Managed Care Long-Term Care Program. They have to come through our office, whether they're an older adult or an adult with a disability, age 18 and older, for the Medicaid Long-Term Care Program to be screened and assessed and put on the priority list. Same thing with the general revenue programs that, again, that we don't fund programs for disability, people with disabilities, but older adults and caregivers and or people with dementia for the Alzheimer's disease program have to call our office to be screened by my staff in the Aging and Disability Resource Center. They are put on the most appropriate waiting list, and often sometimes more than one, that based on what their needs are. As funding becomes available, so we manage those lists, and then as funding becomes available, we release those clients in priority order to the providers for those programs. So those most at risk are going to be the ones released. It's not about how long you're on the list, it's about your individual score, your frailty, and that is all calculated by the system. People always ask me questions about the waiting list. And then when it comes to the Medicaid long-term care program, we help them get through the eligibility process to make it easier and quicker for them so that they could get into that program. And those are for the ever most frail. We have a few other programs at ElderSource. One is SHINE, which is serving the health insurance needs of elders. You may have bumped into some of our counselors and volunteers. This helps provide information and education to people turning 65, but also who are already on Medicare, who may have questions about their benefits. And it is free, it is unbiased, and they are able to help people understand their benefits and help them choose their own best plan for their needs. They're so good at what they do, CMS will refer people to them. They have a special program called Extra Help, which is a Medicare program that they also help people with. And then we have a Veterans-Directed Care program. So we get referrals from 2 VA medical centers, one out of Orlando, one out of Gainesville, where we help veterans hire who they want to provide what they want, when they want it, how they want it. We help manage their budget for them. We process their payroll for them and their taxes for them, but they manage their own care. And it's a wonderful program for them to be able to hire family members, friends, neighbors, church members who provide them a great deal of support to help them stay in their community. We then have a series of caregiver support programs just for caregivers. 1 in 4 people are caregivers today, and Rosalind Carter had said once, there are 4 people in this world. You either are a caregiver, were a caregiver, need a caregiver, or will be a caregiver at some point in your life. And so we have a program called T-Care to provide additional support just to caregivers. The government can't provide the amount of care and support that's needed that caregivers offer. So we try to keep them in place. We have a program called T-Care where we assess the caregivers. We do a care plan specifically around their needs to help them and provide them ongoing support. We also have a virtual caregiver support group. So caregivers from anywhere can join that support group because it is virtual. They don't have to worry about driving to get to something. And that's the virtual caregiver support group. We also have what's called the Pepper Project, which is right now unique to Duval County, where we were able to sponsor a bloodhound to help find people living with dementia who go wandering and get lost. And we provide scent kits. So that dog, the family captures a unique scent, and that dog then can find that person that much more quickly. We are meeting with St. John's law enforcement coming up soon to expand that program there as well. Other valuable resources include our sharing and caring closet. So often we find there are loan closets for equipment, or there are food pantries for food, but for consumable medical supplies like Depends, wipes, bed pads, those things you cannot get. They're very expensive to purchase. They're not covered by insurance. And so we have what's called a sharing and caring closet where we can offer those supplies for free for those who need it in a crisis situation. One of the newest ways we have of identifying the needs of people in the community is a better age self-assessment. This is an assessment that people take on their own. It is a way of empowering them to take care of themselves, be responsible for their own health and well-being, and hopefully age better. They could take an assessment going to that website there. It's confidential. It'll produce an individualized report and a plan that they can follow, and recommendations and resources. We then get the anonymized data that we use to help inform us on the needs in the community. EASE is a program that is funded by 3 foundations and some fundraising that we do at Elder Source. This is emergency assistance serving elders, so it's for people who are facing a financial crisis. That may be because they have a sudden loss of a spouse, which comes with a sudden loss of income. Could be an unexpected hospitalization, increased health care, plus all the other increased expenses we see. And people are finding themselves in a financial crisis, and we are able to help with a variety of things. And we provide this throughout our 7 counties. Elder abuse awareness and prevention. We provide elder abuse awareness and prevention training to professionals throughout our region. And this is just some statistics when we talk about the aging population and why the programs that we fund are so important. And we appreciate the work and the partnership that we have with Flagler County and Senior Services and the work that they do. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Levin. It was a very good presentation. I'll bring it back to the board. Does anyone have any questions or comments for this?
I have. Are you all set? Okay. Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Just going to elder abuse, do you have any advocacy or training or data on the number of elders who are financially
Exploited?
exploited? Yeah, that's a good word. I was in the bank the other day and a gentleman was there switching everything over. He had handed over $9,999 to someone on the street waiting outside to pick up this cash. And he was in the bank to wire another $9,999. My mother was a victim of identity theft. It's huge with these elderly. And if you don't have an advocate watching your checkbook and getting on that internet, I don't know how many times they needed this Apple Pay card or something. It's rampant. It is, and I know the financial institutions have fraud trackers or they can somehow, but who gets to that person that just wrote the check or just wired the money, or is there anything?
So we do have an elder abuse awareness prevention training that we make available to professionals in the community. So we do that training on what to look for, how to identify, what to do when you find it. The investigations, if there is a claim of abuse, neglect, or exploitation, that is done by the Department of Children and Families. They do the investigating. The state attorney's office are advocates. They also are involved in the process, but they're usually after the fact when someone's already been a victim. We do have...
Find the exploiters, though? I mean, any of these investigations, they can never figure out.
It's rampant. It's so complicated, and they're so good at what they do. And so many are even outside the country doing things, you know? They're just, it's just huge. And the best thing we could do is to educate our older adults. So many are alone and looking for companionship, and they become trusting, often trusting the wrong person. And so we just try to do as much education as we can and be there when we can be there. But it is huge. I wish I had a better answer for you.
I have to say that I work with a lot of elderly people in relocation and stuff. They get a barrage of mail, not just one or two pieces like most of us get. The older you get, the more, we'll say, solicitations you're getting. And my mother-in-law bought everything that they needed to get. She lived in an assisted living facility financially because she didn't have the money. And her house was worth $50,000 at 85 years old. So she was living at $400 a month in a property. And, you know, it's really amazing how many people are living in that. And you have to understand, they're still getting the mail when they go there. It's a nonstop circle. I don't know what our country can do about it, let alone what you can do about it. I appreciate the efforts, but seeing all these benefits, I don't know where they're marketed or where people really are aware of it. So how do you get the message out? I'm going to ask you that because if I didn't know about this program about the Medicare benefits, you wind up talking to somebody and they put you in whatever benefits that they think is the best for you. But it may not be the best for you, so there's no second, how do I put it? You know, there's no second chance of knowing what they know when you start. It's a very tricky thing, and I have a lot of friends in that, and they're just earlier or just after me. And there's mistakes made all the time, and they really deserve their benefits and what they need most for their health. So how do you get that message out there?
Well, I hear all the time, I wish I knew I wish I knew you when. We get about 5,000 calls a month through our helpline. So people are finding us, but there's so many that aren't, right? And so we do our best we do outreach events. We're out in the community all the time. A lot of people find us by word of mouth. They know somebody who called us. They tell somebody, and so on and so on. We have advertised. We fund senior services, so we get referrals through clients or older adults that will call you all, and will then call us. It's just, you don't recognize, you don't notice the information is out there until you need it, and then it's gone, because we had an outreach event 2 weeks ago and no one needed it then. Suddenly they need it, they forgot they saw it. It's a constant getting the message out. But you have it now, so share it. And the thing about Medicare is once a year you can make a change. So call our office for
It could
that.
be costlier the second time, so that's one of the things that I
Well,
had
yeah,
found
I mean,
out.
you've lost a year,
And you've
right?
lost a year too, right?
You're in a benefit that might not be your right benefit, but at least in the next
Especially for
year,
those people
open
on
enrollment, you can come back.
Income
Oh, I know.
constrictions,
Yeah.
Want to make sure our residents, I thank you very much, though.
Sure.
I will be spreading the word, thank you.
Please, thank you.
You give us, you said over $1 million a year, Flagler County. Are there any restrictions on how we spend that?
Yes, you have to provide the services that are in the contract, which are some of the services that we described. There is a match requirement. I heard a match question earlier, so there are match requirements. There are standards that have to be met. There is a process for getting the clients into the programs as well. So Older American Act, which is the federal program, the senior center activities, congregate meals, home delivered meals, that the provider manages. All those other programs that I mentioned, those clients are on the list that we manage. The provider, or in this case you all, the county, will identify you have funding, you want to see 10 people off the list, we send the top frailest off the list for those programs. They can't just start, they have to go through that process. There's, of course, bunch of legal requirements and standards and those kinds of things in the contracts, but they have to be the services that are in the contract at the rate that's established in the contract.
We've had to close our senior daycare. And can you help us with that?
That is a service that is fundable.
Right.
If that is a service that the county wants funded through our programs, we would have to amend that into the contract, establish a rate, a unit rate. Everything is unit rate. So the service is delivered, you bill us for that unit, we then bill the state, we get the funding, and then we fund our provider. So the service has to be delivered in order to receive the funding for that service. The problem with adult daycare, it's a wonderful service and a much needed service. It's a wonderful respite. And if people could be out of their home and in the community, whether it's at a senior center or adult daycare, it is better for them, always. The waiting list or the prioritized list is based on those most frail. So those most frail are going to be the ones that are released, but the ones most frail may not be the most appropriate for adult daycare. They may actually have to be served in the home. I can't release lower risk people on the waiting list who would be very appropriate for adult daycare until I release those that are most frail. So we can't fund by program. That's a policy issue that the state sets that we need to advocate for, allow us to serve lower risk out of order in what would be really a prevention service to help them from becoming more frail by keeping them socially engaged. So we can help with that. We can get the service into the contract, but they just have to make sure we're releasing people for the program in that risk order. So as long as we can get down to those folks who are appropriate for adult daycare, then absolutely.
Have we applied for help?
I'd have to go back and look to see if we've had it in the contract in the past, or we may have, but that may have changed. I'd have to go back and look and see.
Would you do that, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So,
Oh,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
Commissioner Hanson, so is the ask to look and see if we've applied, or is the ask that maybe that she could help us?
Both.
Both?
If we haven't applied, then shame on us. But if we have applied, then maybe she could help us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for doing
Absolutely.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. All right, now we're moving on to community and board comments. This is our first community outreach. This is a 30-minute time period allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic not on this agenda today. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves, and direct comments to the chair. Hello, George.
Good morning, George Mayo, Palm Coast. I'm here, if you're not aware, I get USA Today, and the money section, they have a section that's called 50 states. And each state, they have an anecdote of something going on in that state. It could be governmental, it could be vacation people, it could be anything. And lately, almost every day, in fact, there's one here in Georgia. It's all about data centers. And I would say as many states that are approving them, there are as many county, local governments that are saying, no, we don't want you. Recently, there was a article or section in 60 Minutes talking about data centers, what they are. And they found out that when built one, I believe that this was in Pennsylvania. They built it, they okayed it, everybody said, oh, great, they're using, city land. When it was built, all of a sudden, there was a 24/7 loud harmonic hum, and it was just driving the citizens crazy. And they said, where's this coming from? We never had it. The data center wasn't from us. The county government was forced to spend almost six figures to have a company come out to try and decide where that hum was coming from that was driving everybody crazy. So I'm just, by reading this, data centers are not all that some people might think they are, that they're good for business, let's just build it, they're innocuous. They aren't. This weekend on the news, I saw that the state Senate just passed a bill unanimously requiring any data center to be built in the state must be funded completely and not be able to raise local electric rates for anybody. Because around the country, in an article that I read, over 90% of the time data centers went in, everybody's electric rates went up because of this. They use so much electricity. I don't know if anybody has approached the county government about data center. I'm sure sometimes they may, because we have commercial property available, I'm sure, that we would like to induce businesses to come here, and that's a good idea. But I would just say if a data center does come up, please think twice and think about it thoroughly, because like I said, as many towns and counties and states that are saying yes, they're saying no. There are many lawsuits against these data centers after they put in because of consequences that were unintended or weren't talked about. So just to be aware that everybody knows about that. And about the YouTube situation, I was watching at home, couldn't get it for a half hour. I came here. It's in and out, in and out. And I'm just wondering if we could check it, that make sure it's working properly before you start the meeting instead of having to have a intermission to see, let's get it going, if there's something possible that could be done about that. I know you know that too. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Is this opaque?
Carlos, the overhead.
Thank you, Chairman Pennington and Commissioners. Joyce is handing out a presentation that 5 of us are going to cover. So we'll try to spend just about 3 minutes apiece with you, okay?
All right, just state your name, sir.
Yeah, my name is Ed White. I live on Ocean Street in Marine Land Acres, and I'm on the board of the Hammock Community Association. We want to talk today about our reactions to the Hammock Harbor settlement from the last meeting. And I've got to tell you that we were extremely disappointed. All those D words, depressing, dejected, discouraged from the outcome. We see it as a very dark day in the hammock because we are frankly scared of what can now happen, the precedent that has been set by this oversized development in our residential, light commercial community. I couldn't come to the meeting last month. I was just off of hip replacement surgery, but I did watch very intently online, which was working last month, which was great. And I watched each of you very closely. And frankly, I could tell from the looks on your faces and your body language and mostly from the reticence that occurred when you did not want to, nobody wanted to make a motion on this thing at first. And it was kind of a sad day for all of us. And, but as frustrated as we all are, we are not going to quit defending the hammock and trying to keep the hammock as residential and light commercial as possible, keeping it as beautiful as possible. We're not against development. We're just trying to maintain it. We've worked very hard over the years to do that. And what we'd like to do today is what we would say is our first step in doubling down on our efforts to do that. And what we're going to do is a little after-action review. It's something that when I was in the corporate world, I used with my teams. And anytime we did a big initiative, we debriefed afterwards. We learned how to do this actually from the U.S. military. Navy pilots use this after missions. And we answer basically 4 questions we brainstorm around. First one is, what did we expect to happen? Second one was, what actually did happen? Third one is, why did that happen? And most importantly, the last one, and frankly, we need your help on this, is how can we improve? What can we do to better defend the hammock? If the tools that we put together are not strong enough, then how can we improve those going forward? And so I'll move aside and let another speaker come up, and I appreciate your time again. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to come up to speak. My name is Laura Stillman. I live in the hammock. I'm also the president of the Hammock Community Association. I'm here to speak about what was expected. The residents of the hammock and the Hammock Community Association expected development in the hammock to be reasonable, to be responsible, and to be compatible with the existing peaceful environment. We have repeatedly stated that we are not against development as long as it is responsible and compliant with the county codes. In the past, many people worked long hours to create criteria and laws that would ensure the hammock's beauty and resources were protected from incompatible development. These people were volunteers and county staff members and commissioners. They created tools for you and your staff to use, such as the Land Development Code and the A1A Scenic Overlay. They did all this work because everyone wanted to keep the look and the feel of the hammock as it was. Instead, we are now experiencing the laws and rules being ignored by the Growth Management Department and its director, who are paid by our tax dollars, and by our county commissioners, who were elected by us. We thought development like Hammock Harbor was prohibited. We thought the peaceful beauty of the Hammock Barrier Island was protected. We welcome responsible growth such as a small restaurant, stores, even a small-sized marina. We do not welcome oversized developments that do not meet the LDC and the A1A Scenic Overlay codes. We're just asking, please follow the rules.
Hi, thanks again for your time. My name's Pam Rosen. I live in Seascape in the hammock. I'm going to talk about what actually occurred based on what we expected. The county, as you know, on the advice of its lawyer, attorney, settled the lawsuit allowing the development of this totally incompatible facility in, it's totally incompatible with the neighboring properties and the general scenic A1A area. It's really disappointing, as you've heard before. This huge multi-story warehouse is nearly as large as the Flagler County Sheriff's Operations Center. It's huge. It's 50,000 square feet. I mean, it's just not in harmony with a residential and light commercial area. It's just not in keeping with the Hammock at all. In addition to that, from the peaceful homes, backyards, even neighboring businesses, there's going to be this constant, obnoxious beeping from dawn till dusk of the backing up forklift machines that are going to operate the Botel lift. It's just the sound of nature in people's homes and backyards that are trying to enjoy the day is going to be drowned out by this annoying beeping that I know we all hate. Even when you're nearby a truck, you hear that beep, beep, beep. You can't stand it. So this building, the proposed building, it looks like it belongs in an industrial complex. That does not belong in the Hammock. It's huge. It looks like Home Depot. It looks like a strip center or industrial complex building, not in a neighborhood. The county recently issued a survey, which I received and I did reply, and one of the biggest questions was, is Flagler County a nice place to live? This would cause some people to say no. Having this next to me, this in my neighborhood, allowing this kind of development in a small neighborhood is not making it a nice place to live. These kind of things need to be appropriately located. And it's not good. Now, it may be blocked some degree from A1A if the green screening rules are followed, but that's, as you've heard, those things get overturned as well. So we're really sad and skeptical of what's going to happen here and the precedents that it will set for future development.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time. My name's William Jordan. I also live in the Hammock, and I'm also on the HCA board. And if I could just ask you to take one more quick look at that picture. If you notice the size and the scale of the people, they're just dwarfed by that massive structure. We worked in the Hammock, and it was actually before my time here. I got in at the end of it. But we worked hard, the previous people worked hard, to remove billboards along A1A. The side of that thing will probably be bigger than 40 billboards, just one side. It's just crazy. So my thing is, how did this happen? And it started at the very beginning in 2018, before Mr. Million even bought the land. He did ask the county staff if he could put in the dry stack boat storage on the property. The scenic corridor overlay specifically bans warehouses outright. Yet the Director of Growth Management told Mr. Million he could utilize the existing building, metal building, for dry stack boat storage with approved modifications. That was only a 19,000 square foot building. Mr. Million didn't want to do that. He didn't want to change his plan or adapt to the community. He treated every rule on size and fit for the property as a roadblock to his profits, not a guide to build something that belongs in and amongst residential properties in the scenic corridor of the Hammock. You knew the boatyard was going to be there, is what some people have told us. We knew the boatyard was there when we bought our properties. I bought the current property I have there in 2017. So that's correct, but we also bought into the promise of the scenic A1A corridor being, the restrictions being enforced by the county commission and staff. And that hasn't quite happened. So we're kind of where we are today. If the rules would have been upheld from day one, it's our contention that Mr. Million likely would not have bought the property and not continued to pursue this white whale. After years of exhausting community fights, lawsuits, appeals, endless meetings, our leaders caved. The county attorney, growth management director, commissioners handed a deep-pocketed developer a win, $550,000 taxpayer-funded settlement that clears his path with zero meaningful concessions. We didn't get a scale down on the building. We didn't get bigger buffers, no protections, no respect for the scenic overlay that we all relied on. We deserve better. The hammock deserves better, and future generations deserve the same serene, special place we love. Not a warehouse looming over a scenic byway portion of the Jimmy Buffett Memorial Highway. It's time to get some answers, demand some accountability, and demand rules that protect the public good, not private profit. I thank you for your time. We will keep fighting. We love the hammock, and we want to keep it the special place it is.
Good morning. My name's Todd Swinderman. I'm the secretary of the HCA, and I've lived in the hammock for 18 years now. I reside at 70 Sanchez Avenue. We know that as county officials, you made a tough decision, the one that you felt was best for the county. But it really is a bad precedent, another bad precedent for the hammock. Perhaps something good can come out of this. We humbly ask that we work closer together in the future on situations like this. This isn't the first one that's come down the pike, and we fear that there'll be more. We would rather work with you closely than to be another opposition party. So what can we do? We can improve our tools. By tools, I mean policies, procedures, land development code, all of those things. It just seems like there's no end to the way that developers can get around the rules the way they're written now. So we would urge you to have the county attorney and the director of growth management work together to improve your policies and procedures, strengthen the codes, clarify codes. There's a lot that can be done. What we're looking for is to stick with not just the letter of the law, but the intent of the law in terms of preserving the hammock. One simple step to start would be to codify Scenic A1A Pride's recommendations. As it currently works, this group of volunteers reviews applications, makes suggestions, and then it's ignored. It's not part of the permitting process in any way, shape, or form. If those questions had been answered early on, perhaps this hadn't happened. And that's just one example. And I know all of you being commissioners understand the importance of the hammock to Flagler County and Northeast Florida. It's a revenue source for you, but it's also one of the last bastions of Mother Nature in our area. 100-year-old oak trees, 150-year-old oak trees, they're disappearing. What we would urge you to do is make sure as you have staff turnover, as new people come in, that you help them appreciate the history and the value of the hammock, so that when these types of things start to flow through the system, you can address them at that point. I'll just say in conclusion that as concerned Hammockians, and that's what we are, people who live in the hammock, we're here to work with you. We want to work with you. We don't want to fight you. We don't find common ground, but we simply cannot allow this incompatible development to continue or ruin the hammock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name's Forrest Hahn. I'm the president for Flagler Babe Ruth Baseball, and I'm proud to stand before you guys on behalf of an organization that has quietly, consistently, and powerfully shaped the lives of young people throughout Flagler County for nearly 40 years. I believe a lot of organizations have a want for the fields at the Flagler County Fairgrounds, but we have a need for them. What we do here in Flagler County is simply more than baseball. We build character, we create belonging, and we strengthen families. Every season, we have 170 local children who represent the county with Flagler across their chest. Some people may say our numbers are dwindling. However, as Commissioner Dance can attest, as he came to our opening day, as all the commissioners were invited, we had over 180 players, 30 additionally background people, and then we had 350 people in attendance to cheer on the families out there. For many of the kids in the community, this is their first experience with being part of something bigger than themselves. Nobody starts out as a travel ball player. Everyone starts out as a rec ball player, learning the basics and having for the love of the baseball game. The league is entirely community-driven. Local business sponsors team, and parents line up along the fences supporting their favorite athletes. It is a living example of what local government and community partnership can look like at its best. We have worked hand in hand with the Field County personnel for years and had a great relationship with Heidi, Mike Dixon, Denny, and the field staff, Vinny Hamp, and everybody else, and Robbie that has been a part of that. Recently, you can see that the shift has happened between the commissioners and Ms. Petito and the rest of the personnel. I would like to get past that and make sure that we're moving forward in a great experience with everybody involved. We are an extension of the county. The Parks and Rec does not offer baseball. We offer it at $65. We were able to make it through the economic hardships of COVID and everything and never increase the hardships faced to the families. We kept it at $65. We still keep it at $65. Across town, it is double that. We've also introduced softball for $10 to help build that program and help those families along the way. Beyond that, the field, we have hosted district and state tournaments, which have brought in tens of thousands of economic value into the community through hotels, restaurants, staying, and building through that. We've also donated thousands of pounds of food to the Grace Food Pantry based on the giving that we do. Additionally, in that, we've been able to donate hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to the Live Like Cameron Foundation, which deals with families in Flagler County dealing with cancer. And most importantly, we are here for Flagler's future. On behalf of the families and everybody, I thank you for your guys' time. I hope that we can work towards an MOU for 50 years with 10-year renewals for the league. And the other thing that I would ask is we make sure this vote is open and that Ms. Carney recused herself, as there has been overstep. If you look at the last meeting, she says, whatever we have been doing with Babe Ruth, I think times have changed, and I think we need to change. And she also indicated that she has family that are on the other opposite side of the situation. I appreciate your time. Thank you guys so much.
Please,
Could we-
sorry.
Could you repeat your name? I didn't catch his name. I'm sorry. What is it? Forrest. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commission. Through the chair, my name is Tyler Nolan. I work with the Northeast Florida Regional Council, 40 East Adams Street, Jacksonville, Florida. I'm just here to introduce myself to you as the new liaison to Flagler County from our agency. Regional organization, and I know that I'm giving it to you in a nutshell, but I know the chair each year gets to meet with our chief executive officer to look at these issues of regional significance. Currently, right now, Mr. Dance, as well as Mr. Gumbaro from Palm Coast, sit on our board of directors. We also have another spot available that I know y'all are working on, as there was some confusion if it was an alternate versus primary members. But you'll have the ability to get somebody else on our board, and I know your team is working on that. I just wanted to take the time to come and introduce myself. This is my second time serving as liaison to Flagler County, so I know a few of the folks that sit here and the ones that I haven't got to meet yet. I look forward to working with you as I've had the opportunity to work with your staff for many years. And our agency is embedded across all the little departments of Flagler County as well as your municipalities, and we just look forward to continuing the great work. But I just wanted to introduce myself, say hello, say good morning, and then you will see me in future meetings as the months progress along. So thank you for your time.
Outstanding. Thank you, sir. Thanks for introducing yourself.
Thanks, Tyler.
Hey, good morning.
Morning. My name is Jody Sugar. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm just going to read.
No worries.
I'm here to speak on behalf of Flagler Babe Ruth baseball and softball. I'd like to tell you what Flagler baseball has meant to my family. We've been a part of the league for 6.5 years now, and what started out as signing my 4-year-old up to play t-ball turned into my daughter also playing and my husband and I coaching their team. Over these last 6 years, we made some amazing friends who are now more like family. After being involved with the league for several years, we had a group of kids that had been playing together since t-ball and were wanting something more than just recreational baseball. They wanted and needed to be pushed harder and to play tougher competition. My husband and I decided it was time to try our hand at travel baseball. Over the last 3 years, we've played rec ball and travel ball. For the last 2 seasons, we operated as an advanced team for Flagler baseball, abiding by their rules and regulations. Our players have grown so much in these last several years. 2 fall seasons prior to becoming an advanced team for Flagler baseball, we chose not to participate in rec ball and only play travel tournaments. For both of those seasons, my family continued to be involved in Flagler baseball as my husband and I are on the board. Even though my children were not on a rec team, we still helped out and participated in all events for those 2 seasons. During those 2 seasons, we were told that we could have field space, but we had to wait until rec ball teams had picked their practice days and times, and we could use what was open after that. One season, there wasn't open space on the baseball fields at all, so we had to practice on the softball fields. Because there are softball fields, there is no pitcher's mound, so we took to Google and Home Depot and built a portable mound for ourselves. The second season, one night was available for use on the baseball field, so that's what we used. Our other practice night was held in the batting cages, which were beyond suitable for pitching, working on ground balls, and hitting. All this to say, an arrangement can be made with travel ball and rec ball if people can put aside their differences and not think of themselves as better than others because they are playing at a higher level. Flagler Babe Ruth baseball has been and will continue to be a large part of my family's story. You don't have travel ball without recreational baseball. Everyone has to start somewhere. Why would it make sense to take away from an organization that has been around for over 3 decades, gives children of all abilities and disabilities, and teaches kids the basics without the pressure of intense competition? It simply does not. Recreational baseball is for anyone and everyone at any skill level. Travel baseball is for select athletes who play at a higher level. I believe there's room in this county for both, and I would implore you, commissioners, to dig a little deeper into all organizations before making any decisions. I'd also like to make sure not holding any personal bias before making decisions or voting. In the respect of transparency and honesty, we trust that you will be able to do your due diligence and not listen to one loud voice. We appreciate you, Commissioner Dance, for joining us on opening day, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Christina Solis. Good morning. I would like to make this clear from the very start. We are not against travel baseball. We are against what has turned into daddy ball, where favoritism, privilege agendas outweigh what's best for all kids. This is bigger than one team. It's about the future of youth baseball in Flagler County. We already don't have enough fields, and with growth happening every day, that problem will only get worse. Families are balancing full-time schedules, multiple children, busy schedules, limited field access, which makes it harder for the working parents and rec ball players to participate. Recreational baseball is meant to be accessible for everyone, not just a select few. We are not anti-travel. The Vikings are a travel team under Flagler Babe Ruth. We are pro-rec, pro-access, pro-fairness. For just $65, rec players receive a hat, a jersey, 10 games, umpires, and scheduled practices. That's affordable opportunity for families. Yet we are told there's no funding, no availability, while we see multi-million-dollar pickleball courts. Meanwhile, baseball families are dealing with poor field conditions, non-working scoreboards, broken lights, flooding, potholes, and outdated facilities, and no safe place for those feral baseball children to have a place to play. It's like youth baseball is an afterthought. And despite all those obstacles, even with the fields being shut down before all starts the past 2 years, our kids still earned second place in 2024 and 2025. Before that, the last time Flagler Babe Ruth received that level was in 2014. That speaks volumes for the dedication of our current coaches, volunteers, and families. Imagine what these kids can do with the proper support and safe, maintained facilities. We're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for fairness. We're asking for an investment in the youth. Recreation baseball has served this county for 30 years, and it should not be pushed away aside like everything else that's happening in Bunnell or taken over by daddy ball. Our children deserve safe fields, real opportunity, and a community that shows them that they matter. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Charles Hahn, and thank you for taking your time for letting me to be here today. I've played travel ball personally, and from what I've seen, travel teams mainly focus on winning in their own 12 players. Now, it does difference from travel team to travel team, but those are the travel teams I've been on, and from the ones that have come over to, and even though it's not everyone's field space, they've also taken field space without sharing. But I still believe that these fields primarily should be for Flagler Babe Ruth baseball first, and then shared with additional organizations. It isn't fair to the kids who don't play travel ball or to the future kids who deserve the chance to come out and play on these fields. Thank you Thank you for your time and for hearing me out today.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, John Tanner. I represent the nonprofit Preserve Flagler Beach and Beulah Creek, Inc. And I handed out earlier and provided a copy to the council and the county manager, and of the notice by the St. Johns River Water Management District declared a Phase 1 water shortage in Flagler County. It also included the same restrictions and concern in many surrounding counties, and we know that the massive number of people that are coming into this area are going to tax our resources beyond what this county can provide, and truthfully, beyond what the land can provide. The aquifer is actually in danger now. We've known that for a while. There are wells going dry and trying to be replaced. And I'm looking forward to some meetings in the future where Veranda Bay and Marina Village are going to be considered. And that's another massive increase in population, but that's for another day. Then one time, the St. Johns River Water Management District purchased, they thought, the land that we now call Summertown and Marina Village and Veranda Bay. At one time, the St. Johns River Water Management District had designated that as a high-value water recharge area. Bobby Ginn, the developer, came in and submarined the county's deal because the St. Johns River Water Management District had already posted their signs all over that property saying that it was the St. Johns property now, and therefore the reason for the water charge. Well, when Bobby Ginn bought it, that torpedoed the whole thing, and of course, we're where we are now, and Commissioner Hanson was on the commission that eventually approved the PUD, and of course, what we're looking at in Veranda Bay and Marina Village, and that doesn't resemble the PUD. They're talking now about, 5 3-story condos on the property, thousands of housing units, where the original PUD was nowhere near that density. This land was, by this county commission, considered ag timber, 1 dwelling per 5 acres. And now we're looking at, thousands of houses in there? So we'll ask you to, as we go forward into the next session, and I don't mean today, maybe I'll speak again at the end of the session, but I'm just asking you to look forward and start considering these serious issues concerning Veranda Bay and the Marina Village. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment before we close? Mr. Royer?
Raymond Royer, Pandersville, as a candidate running for Greg Hansen's job, District 2, as a commission, I'm out to going door to door to get my petition signed. I'm finding out that you have to start doing from the bottom up. You can't you continue doing from the top down. You know, I've visited different districts. I was in Kim's districts. I'm in District 1 currently right now, and you've had drainage problems that have been going on for 20 years, and totally just continue being ignored. Just like the program just discussed here with baseball, that's a bottom-up program, you know, and you keep building facilities for, you know, the chiefs and the judges and trying to copy, you know, current districts of Volusia County and St. John. You know, we always been a small county. you're playing catch up and stop the nonsense. I mean, when you build a house, you usually have a punch list, and a punch list gets done before the buyer goes in. Well, you've got a huge punch list. I mean, Pennington, your district, you've got almost 3 decades of punch lists that have not been taken care of. So that's all I have to say is, as I go out door to door, you have to start looking at the bottom and up. And one other thing is, I think because I've gone through the process through the building and zoning, I would like to see where the TRC becomes a bigger program. And that's a technical review committee. And I think you should start opening up to the communities, because that's where the TRC would start seeing, and maybe you guys could get more information, because unfortunately, this has been a problem for decades. It's unfortunately fallen on your laps. So the TRC needs to be a big community effort, because right now the TRC is just made up of staff of the county. But as you continue hearing, right now I'm in Seminole Woods, get my petitions too. And, come March 16th, you're going to probably have a lot of people come in here, because they're not totally against building houses, but they don't want strip malls going in a community and changing the makeup of their community, which is residential. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to allow one more comment. We're past our 30-minute mark on this. We'll have another community outreach at the end.
I'm short. Okay.
Okay, we'll pull it
literally,
down
and
just a
that
little
way,
bit.
too. Marcia Tanner.
Pull it down some. There you go.
Marcia Tanner, 5,000 John Anderson Highway. I joke with Andy, I'm here 1 year longer than you. 55 years, 56 anyway. I'm here to ask the commission to be ready to initiate a new Chapter 164 conflict resolution process for Veranda Bay and this Marina Village situation. Especially now that we're looking into a fueling station, and I am sure that the federal agencies, Army Corps of Engineers, may be involved in this. I'm hoping so. Last week, I was in DC with my military daughter in the Pentagon, and I was shown the actual office and taken in for the Army Corps of Engineers. And I'm just a housewife, and they actually talked to me. Now, maybe, but I think they may be looking into this with a fueling station and a marina on the river. By statute, the developer is required to have the signatures of all lot and homeowners for voluntary annexation. I spoke with Mike Schimento, basically, and he said, oh, it's okay. We got it by covenant. We got it made. My opinion is that is not true. We need aggression from our commissioners and our legal department. Like someone said, we need to fight, fight, fight for the county residences. We don't want settlement agreements. We don't want appeasements. We expect you all to protect us and John Anderson Highway from inappropriate, high-density development that will destroy, I guarantee you, the peacefulness, the quality of life, safety and welfare, all those legal terms, and take care of us. And that's not too big of a request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. All right. Anyone else approach? We're going to have community outreach at the end as well to speak. So we're going to go ahead and close community outreach. We're past our 30 minutes. I'll go ahead and address some of the issues. I was going to say is the hammock in here. The hammock harbor review, they've come forth in your packet that they provided you, and they've asked us to look at improving and strengthening our tools within our growth management department and training county staff. Does anyone want to discuss that or come to some sort of consensus to, I think, maybe ask that our staff attorney for the planning board as well as our county staff work on a training program for not just county staff in that department, but also our planning board members, maybe to strengthen the knowledge on our overlay and in other areas. Does anyone have any feelings or thoughts on that? I'll just kind of.
I mean, our staff,
Our
the
staff is
director,
well-trained.
are certified professionals and know what they are doing. So training through the professional organizations and their certifications is part of what they do. Other things that we've done, obviously our land development code rewrite's been put on hold because of Senate Bill 180 from last year. And hopefully we can kickstart that with, if they implement some changes that allow us to go back and codify some changes. We updated the land development code for tree protection, which unfortunately has been sidelined because of Senate Bill 180, but that was a benefit to the Hammock and all the county. I think, I understand the Hammock Harbor is front and center. It's the thing that right now is there, but I would remind the Hammock residents to just go back, through the past 4 years. There's been a lot of battles where the commission has stood up to defend the land development code and not allow conversion of C1 parcels to C2 parcels, of not approving more dense development on the beach. In the Hammock, there's some pretty significant examples of where the commission has defended the Hammock and the residents. And there's been some concessions on others along the way, but I think that would be, and then part of the presentation was left out was the whole discussion about the special exception as part of the Hammock Harbor's resolution. The board went against it at the first hearing, the special magistrate, which ended up being not a wise decision, but we took the decision, the majority of the board thought the special exception was appropriate as a defensive mechanism, as a community outreach to be able to accommodate issues with the residents. But that through the judicial system, we were determined to be wrong on that stance, and that's part of, I think, the concession. You talked about concessions. The concessions were the fact that we weren't on the right side of that judicial agreement, and not for without trying. So
I think what they were trying to point out was, had it been from the beginning of that application many years ago, had the land development code, the overlay been followed, we probably would not be in the need. So that's, I think, to their point is what they're trying to say. I don't, just specific to this, the Hammock Harbor settlement, I will say, the board did try our best. We did try to stand up to this issue, like Mr. Dance pointed out, but the courts did not agree. It looked favorable for the developer by the courts, not by this board, and not for lack of trying, but at some point we wrestled with the decision of continuing to pursue it through the courts and ultimately possibly lose millions of dollars, and that would not have been acceptable to the taxpayers of Flagler County. I don't disagree with you. I'm hoping we have had a change on our planning board. We've had members changed out. We've had a new attorney on the board. Hopefully they can just be reminded of your overlays and the importance of the Hammock. I'm not opposed, to asking legal and the director of growth management if there's anything that they think that they need to do in terms of tools, because that's what they're asking. If there's anything you want to bring forward to this board of how we can help you with that, with strengthening tools, I'm not opposed to that at all. If there's anything that you need in help-wise within your department and resources needed, I'm not opposed to, if he identifies any that we help him achieve those things. So,
Well, I'm all for after-action reporting. Things can't change until you ask for the change. I also agree, I am in agreement with the hire for a land use attorney. I think that Ms. Sarah is very determined and very good at her job. I think that if any of these questionable, developers are always going to look for that loophole. I mean, we're dealing with it everywhere. There are loopholes. We can plan and think of what's the best ideal business, whether it's residential. We can hope and pray that that's what someone comes here and asks for. We can't know that that's what they're going to come here and ask for. So I would look for a loophole situation. I would look for what's the worst case scenario. Again, Mr. Mengel has been working with this on several hammock issues for several years, and he is a great resource on if we had to tighten something up, what would that be? But we also have Sarah in our legal department. I would like to hope that staff brings any questionable situation past her before they sign, or give a developer an idea that it is an approved use. I wasn't here during this entire process. I do believe it's a warehouse. I, again, voted with the majority because of the extenuating circumstances that every developer will have the right to do, and that is to threaten lawsuits. So I think if the Hammock Association has anything specific to the overlay that we have neglected, or if the Hammock Association has any improvements or land use specifics that they want included in special exception, that you all should probably meet with Sarah and Adam to try to get that done. But again, if you don't own it, you can't control it. So we have no control over what people are going to ask for when they
I just
when they
want to
see
add
it.
to that what you had said. Being in the field of real estate for the years I have been, the one thing that development always says is the highest and best use. I don't care what the project is, whether it's residential, commercial. Their number one focus tends to be highest and best use. And I can't imagine that they wouldn't be using that, because that's what they're trained to do, search for the highest and best use. And that's all I'm going to say. It's unfortunate that things change, and we are in a time of change in Flagler County. Marcia Tanner has been here, as like Andy has, for decades. I've been here 2 decades plus. I've grown in Florida all my life. This is the state of Florida where it seems to get more growth than people leave, because of our beautiful country, our beautiful part of what we have. And Flagler is very special to all of us, and we want to preserve what we can, which is why we've been doing all that sensitive lands. So we are working the best we can. In my opinion, I'm here 1 year and 3 months. And I'm hoping to keep it as solid and as healthy in the quality of life that we're all looking for. And I think that's what I think we're all on the same page about that. So please don't take it as a personal assault towards that part of because that's a beautiful part of our county too. It's a special place. We understand that. And things happen, and we will make things better. That's all we can do. Stay positive and do the best we can to keep things in the best position possible.
So we can move forward on that particular thing. If the Hammock Board could present maybe some emails to us with suggestions of tools or where they feel that we could strengthen specific to your area, please present that email over to the county attorney and also to us, the board and management, and that will help guide us in discussions, and maybe we could have a future discussion. As we haven't submitted, we haven't done our LDC yet, we haven't submitted our comp plan, and we can have those discussions within those workshops. Okay, so if you'll just help us with that, we appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Babe Ruth, specific to Babe Ruth, I'm not aware of any direction specific by a board member to limit Babe Ruth's field access. So am I missing something in that regard? I know you.
Parks and Rec had not met, to my knowledge, for several months, and there was a recent meeting. And I think a lot of the discussion that came out of that recent meeting was the byproduct of today, was a byproduct of that meeting. Would you agree, Mrs. Petito? Have you heard anything about the meeting with Parks and Rec?
I think the discussion that they had at that meeting, I didn't attend, but some of the feedback that I had received was that we were trying to ensure that our policies or the way that we moved forward with recreation space followed suit with what the city of Palm Coast does. So I think that there is a follow-up to that discussion regarding field space. But in the past, it has always been with a focus on rec leagues. When you look at the number of youth that participate in rec league versus travel, that seems to always have been the priority, not just here at the county, but also with the city. So when we had talked through administration to the city's administration, we just want to ensure that we're aligned so that you don't have one entity going to one government agency and then pitting them against each other. So it's helps if we're more aligned in that regard. But I do believe there is a follow-up to the conversation with Parks and Rec.
It's so a forthcoming, I met with Ms. Lauren after the meeting, after the breakfast on Friday, and there seems to be some movement in Palm Coast to meet with us, the county, and work out a duel. I mean, let's face it, they have a lot more fields than we have, they have a lot more children than we have. But the point in my email was things are changing. Maybe it's time to look for some changes. And I surely don't have to not vote on something because there's nothing here to vote on because of a conflict. There's no conflict. But according to, I think we're going to find with Palm Coast is they can't justify new fields until they fill the fields they have. So I think a policy change is in order, but that doesn't come from our board, correct? It comes from staff. It'll come to us only if they need money to do things. So I think Palm Coast and Flagler County should meet and work it out. My dad was an AD director in our city for years, figuring out who was on which fields at what time, and there's an art to it. We're not reinventing a wheel here. There's counties all over that have rec ball and they have travel team ball. But they do what they can for the kids. It's about the kids. So if we have memorandums of understanding that don't align with the needs of the children, then we need to look at what we're doing. That's all.
From a policy standpoint, the board dictates policy, we just implement it. But what I was referring to is, as staff, we are going to be working with their staff. I believe City of Palm Coast sent some of their Parks and Rec staff to our Park and Rec Advisory Board meeting. What we were looking at doing is handling things similar to the way they do. That probably will come back to the board as a policy issue. When I say that, and maybe you're familiar, maybe the folks in the room are familiar with it, in the City of Palm Coast, they have a sports alliance. You have to be a member of the sports alliance in order to have field space. It's implementing things like that that would probably give us better control rather than function the way we've been functioning.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So we're going to allow staff to work between the city and the county. They know what's best, and they'll proceed to come back to us with what they believe to be a proper policy. And so hopefully the board will just allow them to do what they do best in their function. So Okay, we need to move on to our consent. So does the board, first, before we pull items, if there are any, does the board have any comments on the consent items?
I'm good.
We're good. Ms. Carney?
I do not.
No, I do not.
No?
No, ma'am.
No comments, okay. Does anyone have any items they wish to pull from consent?
No.
I do not.
I do not.
No, ma'am.
Not.
Me
All right,
neither.
seeing that, entertain a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move we can approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Hanson to approve, a second by Mr. Dance. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent passes. Moving on to item 8A. Real quick before I move on to that, Veranda Bay discussion, I'm going to hold that to the end, Commissioner comments, so we can have a discussion then. 8A, consideration of a ground lease agreement between Flagler County and Upstate Companies LLC for a parcel of land located at the airport. Mr. Seeger?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Roy Seeger. I'm the Director of the Flagler Executive Airport. Chair, before I get started, may I give you a quick update about the event we had the other night at the airport?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So just a quick summary. So on the other night, on Saturday night, we had our 15th annual Race of the Runways. It was very well attended, and if some of you haven't heard about the Race of the Runways before, it's a very unique race. It's a 5K where runners and walkers get to walk and run on the airport at nighttime, see all the lights, and have helicopter flying around. So really unique event. Just like I said, this year was the 15th annual of it, and it was also the record-breaking numbers. We had 649 participants, and so it was pretty good, probably with another 100 people coming to watch them. So it was a great event, and I appreciate you coming out as well, and Commissioner Dance as well for coming out to the event. So,
Thank you, sir.
Any questions about the event?
No, it was outstanding. I couldn't believe how many people were willing to jog in 50-degree weather.
Right.
It's freezing.
It was freezing.
It was freezing.
So real quick, I just wanted to give you, this is a pretty big project that's coming to the airport, so I wanted to, I thought it was good to give it some more credence. I wanted to have actually put it on general business and then just a run through on consent. So today is about the presentation regarding Upstate Companies 2 LLC ground lease at the Flagler Executive Airport. Next slide, please. Oh, I can do it. So Upstate Companies is a premier commercial and residential construction enterprise that has been delivering top-notch, sustainable, and high-performance construction for the past 15 years. They offer fully integrated service solutions, making them a one-stop shop for organizations, agencies, businesses, and residents throughout New York and the state of Florida. Brian Zazak is the owner of the company, and he is here tonight too, and he'd like to say a few words when I'm done. So just some quick deal points. Our lease is like almost 27 pages, so I just, a lot of that's just legal mumbo jumbo, boilerplate stuff, but here really break it down the ground lease deal points. So Upstate Companies 2 desires to lease a parcel of land to construct a 51,750 square foot 4-unit metal hangar facility. That big facility will be broken up into 4 other buildings, each one being about 112 and a half feet by 115. And then each, also off of that, actually I need to update this, each building will have 4,800 square feet of office space on each building on the outside of that. So that's for another total of 19,200 square feet of office space. To put this in perspective how big this is, you've all been at the airport, seen the old, what you would call it, the GIN hangar, now it's the Delta Engineering hangar. The big hangar, that one's a 100 by 100. This is 5 times the size of that hangar. Just so you put that in perspective, 5 times the size of it. This facility is estimated to cost over $4 million, which will be the sole expense of Upstate Companies. The parcel of land will be approximately 3.5 acres located on the south side of the airport. I have a slide here showing you shortly where we'll be at. The initial term of the lease will be 30 years with 2 additional 10-year leases. They will have 24 months to complete the design and construction of the hangar facility from the date of execution of the ground lease agreement. The monthly lease payment will be held in abeyance until they receive a certificate of occupancy. And this facility will be utilized for operations associated with a maintenance repair overhaul facility, fixed base operator with no fuel sales, because we do the fuel sales, such services like aircraft maintenance, storage of aircraft, sale of aircraft parts, aircraft and parts, and flight training and related services. So this right here shows exactly where where that will be located. That's on the southeast side of the airport. That's our big development area. We basically have 130 acres of developable property back there. So that's where that 3.5 acres will be. This is a building site layout. It kind of shows the breakdown. You can see, also what they'll be building is the building and office space too, but they also build a huge apron as well, which you see in front of there with connectors to the taxiways as well, and a parking lot. So the product benefits, so this is actually keeping with our Flagler BOCC strategic plan with the economic vitality, which is goal 2, develop competitive advantages for new and existing businesses. This will also provide additional business space to attract other aviation businesses, employment opportunities, plus it'll provide additional fuel sales for the airport's revenue stream in addition to the land lease. So that is my presentation about the ground lease. Does anybody have any questions for me about that?
I'll open it up for any questions. Mr. Dance, do you have any questions at this time?
No, I'd like to hear from the owner.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, Roy, I didn't see a delineation, if you will, between building the lease and building the building and what's going to be in the building. So is it like build it and they will come? Is that what we're doing?
Well, right now, and I'll let Brian speak to that, but right now, what it is basically, right. They're going to build it, and they're going to put it out there for lease for people to come. I know he's been talking to a couple other businesses right now that's planning to come here as well. And I believe at one point he decided that he was going to use one. Brian's also a pilot. He has aircraft himself, but he's told me that, hey, if this project goes so well, this will just be the first one. We'll build another one. So. But with that, I'll let Mr. Zajac answer any questions you may have.
I had one quick question.
Yes.
Are those leases going to be only businesses that deal with the airport?
Correct. They have to be, because of the location of where they're located, they have to be aviation-related businesses. Because they're inside the fence.
Right.
Okay. Not like the exterior one outside there at the time, at where it's located now, where Teens in Flight is.
Well, that's a little different.
That's outside the fence,
It's,
right?
yeah, it's in and out, actually. It does have landside access. It has landside and airside access.
Right, but it's not fenced in, right? So just one part is fenced in, not the offices itself.
Correct.
Right, that's what I'm just concerned about, being the businesses of the airport, so it's not causing as much mayhem.
I have a technical question on the lease as well. Mr. Rodriguez, so Section 3A talks about what the right is. The tenant shall have the right to provide the following services and products. Line 52 specifically says flight training. What is the probability of another flight school coming to Flagler County as a result of this project?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I
Okay.
don't.
Can we eliminate item 3, flight training, from the lease?
We have the owner applicant if you'd like to.
Okay. Just a technical question.
Right.
Can
Well, the
you-
answer, if he wanted to do it, it is an aviation type of business.
Correct.
And so we could not stop it.
Because of the lease?
No, because we take FAA and FDOT grants, and we have to allow people to do whatever business they want to do if it's aviation related. You can't stop legitimate aviation uses. Now, Mr. Zajac could say, you know what, if this would hold up the lease, I don't care if we do it or not, but that would be totally up to him.
But we cannot eliminate that as part of our lease?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think also, Mr. Rodriguez, since we currently do lease to a flight school, we would not want to get into a discrimination lawsuit either, correct?
Probably a disparate use or disparate application of the leasing that would be an issue. But I mean, I defer to our director and to the FAA regulations regarding how far we can regulate airport uses since we do receive federal monies.
And again, that's kind of why I was waiting to hear from the owner, because there's within that, and being open to all aviation-related businesses, I think there's opportunities in there to maybe state that flight training potentially won't be the primary or principal use of the structure, could be ancillary, that type of thing. But again, hear from the owner.
Right. No, so with that, I'll let Mr. Zajac speak.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll give you a quick speech and then we'll open up to questions. How about that? So good morning. Good morning, Chair and County Commissioners. My name is Brian Zajac. My address is 8324A1A South St. Augustine, Florida, 32080. I am the owner of Upstate Companies. Allow me to provide a brief overview of our business. We specialize in various projects for municipalities, including fire station, airport developments, colleges, so on and so forth. Our team's had the privilege of working on numerous projects, and we take pride in delivering quality results that meet the needs of our clients. We are truly excited about the opportunity to partner with Flagler County on this important project. The land lease under consideration today will allow Upstate Companies to develop a 450 feet by 115-foot hangar, which Roy kind of explained it in his slides. I want to take the moment to extend my sincere appreciation to your airport director, Roy. I had the opportunity to meet with Roy at the end of November, and within just a few days, he provided me with a draft lease agreement. Now, we're here today ready to execute it. To give you some perspective, I've been working with another airport for over 2 years to get to this point and still do not have a lease agreement in place. It's truly refreshing to work with an airport director who understands business and gets things done efficiently. Thank you. Roy's accomplishments at the Flagler Executive Airport are exceptional. His foresight in developing the pad-ready sites with all the necessary infrastructure to attract businesses like us is outstanding. Additionally, Roy has provided me with valuable leads and potential tenants for this project, which we'll discuss in the questions. I also want to express my gratitude to the Deputy County Attorney, Sean, has been instrumental in this project, working seamlessly with my attorneys and consistently providing timely, prompt responses to our questions. Overall, this process has been incredibly smooth, and I'm excited to get started on this project. I look forward to possibly working on more projects in the future with Flagler Executive Airport. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. What's the principal use of the building going to be?
So the one hangar we're looking at, we're bringing in an avionics shop that's currently in Daytona. So they want to move up to this airport. The other one would be our primary hangar. And the other two, I can't disclose right now, but it's not a flight training.
Yeah, I do want to say, I think the FAA does say that if you accept grants, that you cannot, part of the grant assurances is economic non-discrimination. It requires us to make the airport available on reasonable terms without, for any aviation service. So there just seemed to be some verbiage to that.
Now we all know that.
I just wanted to say it publicly.
I know.
That's
No,
Thank
no,
you.
totally get it. Yes, yes, sorry, we have some debates on flight schools on occasion. So, I think he answered.
And multiple emails every single day.
I'm not surprised.
So, any other questions for him?
Would you repeat again the types of businesses you were?
So the one we're looking at currently is a client out of Daytona wishes to move up to here to do avionics work, which is the front part of
Repair?
the, repairs.
Okay,
And then the other one would be our hangar,
great.
What kind of plane do you have?
a CE 500, well, citation 560.
Any other questions or comments for him?
I don't have a plane.
All right. I think it's a wonderful project. We appreciate you considering our airport for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can go out to public comment or entertain a motion. Would you like to hear public comment first? All right, thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and open up public comment for item 8A. That is the consideration of a ground lease agreement between Flagler County and the Upstate Company. Anyone wishing to approach? All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back and entertain a motion.
I'll move for the approval of a ground lease agreement between Flagler County and the Upstate Companies.
Second.
I have a motion to approve by Ms. Carney, a second by Mr. Hanson. All those in favor signify with aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, passes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We'll open up item 8B. This is a consideration of employment separation agreement for the county administrator. So requested by Ms. Petito. Will there be anyone leading any kind of?
Just me.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Petito. One of the things as the chair I wanted to say is that I talked to Mr. Rodriguez this weekend. I believe we need to make this an efficient discussion. We'll set emotions aside. There's a separation agreement here for you to review. Up for discussion would be to determine if Ms. Petito has resigned. If so, her contract does not allow for severance. However, if you would like to provide severance, we believe, Mr. Rodriguez, we would have to have a motion to terminate would be necessary in order to effectuate the severance agreement. Is that correct?
Right, and even in the language in the separation agreement that's attached to the agenda, in order for it to effectuate the benefits of sections 3A and 3B of the employment agreement, it requires county action, and that county action would be to effectuate a vote of termination in order for those to proceed, in order to be consistent with the contract, especially since the language in the agreement as provided states that all provisions of the 2021 employment agreement not superseded by this agreement are still in effect. So I want to make sure that these two agreements remain consistent. So what is going to be necessary is, in order for the consistency to remain, the most efficient and consistent action would be an action on part of this commission to terminate. This agreement would then be consistent with the 2021 contract.
The other thing to determine here would be a discussion on separation date and any discussion appointing anyone for any role if there needs to be in terms of county administrator or an assistant to help in the transition. So with that in mind, I'll go ahead and open it up for board comment and discussion on the separation agreement.
Well, I think it's important to understand how we got here. How did we get to this point? And we got here because Commissioner Carney has developed a hostile work environment. That's how we got here.
We have a separation agreement.
That's not true. Where are your allegations on
We're going to discuss the separation agreement. Ms. Petito has, I don't know if she's reached out to everyone, but has asked for us to consider the separation agreement as she would like to resign. Her contract does not allow, it states explicitly that a voluntary resignation is not eligible for a severance. Therefore, this board, if they would like to prepare a severance and execute this agreement, will need to make a motion to terminate and a discussion on separation date. The agreement was updated over the weekend to add a clause for a general release and waiver of claims. So that would be something for consideration in terms of the separation in providing her a severance package. That is also something to take into consideration because there is a claim in there regarding, I believe, $15,611 in difference in retirement contributions that happened in her time at Director of General Services. So that is where we're at. We need to determine whether or not we'd like to provide severance and what termination date should be. So I'd rather not have every discussion of how we got here. I'd rather have a discussion of how we'd like to handle this severance agreement. So does anybody have any discussions regarding whether or not, you'd like to execute the severance agreement. Ms. Petito, yes, please.
If I could, I would like to have started with this, but good morning, everyone, and thank you for those that are in attendance. I did want to begin by acknowledging that there has been tension building among the board members over the past several months. This tension has started to impact our employees and the organization's ability to focus on the important work that we do. I've dedicated the last 5 years in this role, and we have built strength within the organization. So to me, it's important that we leave things better than we found them. So by me submitting this separation agreement, I'm providing a clear path, a responsible path forward for not only our board, but for our dedicated staff and for our community. Some members sought change, but they lacked a plan. To keep moving forward, this allows us to move forward with uncertainty, now becomes action, while also protecting the progress that we've made. As I had stated to each of you, I am committed to staying on through the fiscal year 27 tentative budget, which would be July 13th is the day that we present that to you. Effectively, if I stayed on, July 14th would be my last day. And that's only to ensure financial stability and a smooth transition. As Percy Sales wisely said, knowing when it's your time to go is a sign of strength and leadership. This decision reflects that same understanding. I look forward to working together respectfully to chart a positive path forward, and I thank you for your consideration. As you know, Percy's last physical day was last Friday, although he is on the payroll today and tomorrow. He had taken leave, and we also have an employee that's transitioning out of administration and is doing a lateral move over to fire rescue. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petito. All right. Does anyone want to start the discussion? If not, I can.
Well, I need to ask Mr. Rodriguez, isn't there, separate from termination, isn't there a legal circumstance to where if you've been effectively as a leader, if the circumstances are that you effectively cannot perform your job or it's being undermined, that it's an effective termination?
The language in the 2021 contract, which is Clause 3B, is that at any time during the employee's employment reduces the financial benefits, including salary of the employee, in a greater percentage than an applicable across-the-board reduction for all county employees, or in the event the county refuses following written notice to comply with any other provision benefiting the employee herein, or the employee resigns following action of the county requesting that she resign, then in that event the employee may at her option be deemed to be terminated and shall be entitled to severance pay provided for above. So that's the language in the 2021. I think the best way, in order to be consistent, I think this could probably, if we don't want to use the words termination, but probably the best way is if we want to have this be kind of a mutual separation, and then with there being board action showing that there's a mutual action on the part of the employee and the county, being you as sitting as the commission, then we can effectuate the terms of paragraph 3C of the 2021 contract. I just want to make sure that we've got consistency between the two documents, the 2021 contract and this 2026 separation agreement.
Right. I think it just needs to be noted that based on the February 10th email that Ms. Petito sent everybody, the tone of the email is that effectively, because of the circumstances surrounding the relationships, that she effectively has lost the ability to do her job effectively, which in my mind isn't an effective termination if the commission's not allowing her to effectively do her job. So it's,
I think you guys are all digging in the weeds here. I personally, don't know why we can't just look at this as Ms. Petito has chosen to resign. It was in the news. It was on the Flagler Live. It was in newspapers. This has been written prior to this meeting. I'm hearing all of this, these options and these angles and these concerns today, right now. I'm not privy to any of this other than knowing that Ms. Petito personally did say to me, I'm resigning, and I'll stay if you want me to through the finance situation, till we get through our budget.
Well, you got the same email we all did on February 10th, so you're not oblivious to what's been going on that led to Percy's resignation. So
I
then
am
there's-
totally, whatever was in there, I can't even recall the February 10th about Percy, except that he said he is choosing to resign. That's what I got. The reasons, the purpose, that's his choice. That's his choice. That's her choice. It's not my choice, it's her choice.
The issue is in resignation, she's not eligible for severance. However, there is a path forward to provide severance to Ms. Petito because she wishes to move forward. That's why this agreement has been drafted. He's trying to make a very clear delineation between the contract and the severance agreement so that people don't come back and point out that we give out severance agreements to everyone who resigns going forward. I mean, there has to be a reason, that we would want to go forward on this. Ms. Petito has made claims regarding FRS in her time at Director of General Services, so that there is a path forward here to give her severance in lieu of waiving those claims and the other claims in here. So this is just a discussion now at this point as to how we'd like to proceed, whether or not to give her severance and what time we'd like her to separate. Has anybody, I want to just take it very bucketed. How do you feel about the separation agreement? Is there a consensus to move forward with a separation agreement in this matter? Yes.
Yes.
Well, we can always wait till August and just not renew. If she's willing to stay till July, then is that not one of the options, is to wait until August and just not renew the contract?
And at that time, she would get severance, is that what we're saying?
No?
Well, she would if you didn't renew the contract, correct?
Okay, she gets severance then, okay.
So it's no different.
The one question I had was with regard to a couple of the asks in the agreement. I don't believe that Mrs. Petito followed policy with regard to tuition reimbursement. So I've not seen a transcript, I've not seen any tuition reimbursement. I've been on the board for a year. Even under the tuition reimbursement, if the employee leaves within 3 years of getting the reimbursement, it's, part of it is due paid back. I don't think that policy was followed. So in a separation agreement, does it allow us to not follow policy? Does it allow us to disregard anything that happened with regard to the reimbursement on her retirement? Why? Why are we looking at this from 2013? There's been 4 boards sitting here since 2013 that could have made these decisions based on, again, no data, no information. We're sitting here new to all this, and now we're being asked to reimburse $15,611.84. If that was my money due to me, I would have asked for it a long time ago. I don't know why we're sitting here in a separation agreement looking at reimbursement. It looks like we're kind of digging up old dirt, trying to get to some kind of magical number. I don't even know that a separation agreement is needed. Mrs. Petito can quit. I looked for termination of the contract. That was in January. I think it was January. I've not had an open meeting with Mrs. Petito since I made that motion. I have been in the office less than this many times. I've exchanged emails a few times. So this is all by choice. I've never done this before. I've never done you're either hired or you're not, you're fired. Separation agreement, again, at this level, it doesn't call for it in the agreement, in the contract, that she's entitled to a separation agreement. Again, it's her choice whether she stays or goes, but I don't think this is fair to our community, to our tax dollars. I don't understand it. And yes, it was thrown on me Friday night at 7:30. So we're sitting up here now as a group to decide how to do it, but I'm not in favor of a separation agreement.
Okay. The tuition reimbursement, if you come to an agreement today on the severance package, that could be conditioned with proof or receipts or however to follow policy, correct?
Right, we can language, a separation agreement is basically a settlement of all issues that are in dispute in regards to employment. So basically a settlement agreement is treated like separation agreement is treated like a settlement agreement, where you're going to settle all outstanding matters, you're going to reduce it to writing, and then all issues are taken care of and addressed at that point. So you're not necessarily entitled. There's no entitlement to separation agreement, but what a separation agreement will do is reduce the issues to writing so that there's no further dispute afterwards once both parties agree these are the terms of the separation. The intent is, at least I want to make sure that a separation agreement is consistent with the language of the employment agreement, and that in order to trigger such a separation, unless it's your prerogative to amend the 2021 employment agreement to allow for severance to be given for voluntary resignation.
No, I think that's just well, let me ask this. To get to the point of giving severance in this particular situation, the vote of termination to do such, does that preclude her from employment with an FRS group in the future?
No.
It will be documented as such within Human Resources that she was terminated without cause, or that we just chose not to? How would that?
Those
However we do.
I mean, they'll just be a termination. It will not preclude any other FRS issues. Because it was not with cause. There's no illegalities involved. Because Ms. Petito, as myself, serve at the pleasure of this board, we can be terminated at the pleasure of this board for any reasons whatsoever. But that does not preclude any future FRS benefits or any other employment. And governments are aware that, when I'd like to say positions like ours, we're hired to be fired. You were fully aware of my history before I came here. So as long as everyone is open as to the reasons that always come up, but it does not preclude, you're not precluded from any benefits for such a result as may be occurring here, just because it's without cause.
Okay. So I think, just so we're all clear, her section 3.C states that a voluntary resignation is not eligible for severance. There is some persuasion in the verbiage. She's not necessarily, seems to be saying she's resigning outright, but that she's come to an end of trying to give the board a path forward, so that they can institute new leadership in the role. So legal is telling us, because of the way the contract's currently written, in order to effectuate that termination, we need to make a motion, unfortunately, to terminate so that we could put this severance agreement forward and pay out Ms. Petito. Now, you brought up some good points, but we can make the agreement subject to receipts on for tuition reimbursement. One of the benefits of having a separation agreement and severance is to have a general release and waiver of the claims. There are some claims in here about her time as a director of general services, and something that happened with her income and her benefits at the time. All of that, I believe, will be waived based on this. So there is the benefit of that, having that. And so I am not, I've thought about this in length. I am not opposed to going forward with the severance agreement because of the release and waiver of claims. We don't want to make that a precedent every time someone, effectively resigns in these roles, but there are some things that people can't agree on, it seems like, and whether or not it's a resignation, whether or not they're stepping aside, whether or not, there are previous claims in the employment role. So I'm not opposed. I heard Mr. Dance not opposed, Mr. Hanson not opposed, Ms. Kim is opposed, Ms. Carney's opposed. I'm not sure but it sounds like there is an agreement here maybe to go forward with the severance package, or at least 3.
That's what we're discussing now, the severance
Right,
package.
right. We're going to discuss that first. Sounds like there is.
I'm not opposed to it as
Okay.
long as it's verified.
Right, and there are some path forward for some of those issues to get verified. So next, let's just move that to the side for a moment and talk about separation date, and whether or not we would like Ms. Petito to stay on through budget season, whether we'd like her to stay on through budget season and bring a member of staff up to replace Mr. Sales and to help. Ms. Petito would not be able to do it alone necessarily if she stayed. Or 3, since you are voting to terminate in order to effectuate this contract, allow Ms. Petito to leave the county and replace with an interim from our staff. So those are some of the options that come to mind. So I'll open it up to talk about terminate a separation date and a path forward with Ms. Petito and staff.
Well, the same contract that we just disputed is if there were to be a voluntary resignation, is a 60-day notice. So if you stick to the contract, like it looks like you're going to, we're entitled to 60 days. Would be a search time. Mrs. Petito suggested to me that she was not going to be hiring a replacement for the deputy, that would be on the next administrator. So I don't know I think that kind of mucks it up a little bit. So I'll wait and hear what you all have to say.
Mr. Rodriguez, would you please explain where the 60-day would play in this situation?
Okay, so if I'm reading correctly, so Clause 3C, which is in the event that the administrator tenders a voluntary resignation, regardless of what are the cause, if any reason they decide a disposition. I think my contract has the same clause. I'd have to give a 60-day notice of my intention to resign. So instead of 2 weeks' notice, I have to give 60 days notice. So you give a 60-day notice of resignation. That's what the clause is for voluntary resignation. However, this case, I think what we have is not a fully voluntary resignation. That's why I was asking for, because it's not really a fully voluntary resignation. We've had a prior motion to terminate in order to cleanly effectuate all the terms of the 2021 employment contract. That's why I had advised the chair perhaps the best path is to effectuate that original motion, to effectuate the termination. Then we're now in the terms of what is permitted under the clause, which is it's clause 2B of the contract, which allows for the county to terminate the employee at any time for any reason. And now that permits then under the paragraph 3, which is the severance packages. And then at that point now, you can now begin to discuss the details of that severance package, how much it's going to go while the contract has that. Those would then be kind of memorialized in the separation agreement. So that's were the issues we're trying to get to make sure I've got consistency between the two documents.
In effect, the July end date is a 130-day notice.
In essence, it would be, if you treat it as such, then yes, it
Right.
would almost be a 130-day notice. However, under 3C, you give that 60 plus, but then the question then becomes, the contract allows for that X plus notice, but that same paragraph then says, but you don't get severance. But now we've got a separation agreement that says, I'm giving this plus severance. So one of two things need to happen. Either A, you have to do a termination under 2B in order to then permit the clause in 3C to permit for severance, or you're going to have to now look and re-examine and amend the 2021 employment contract to allow for severance in it where paragraph 3C does not permit for severance.
Yeah, I mean, I go back, I found the term that I was trying to look for. It's a legal term, constructive discharge, which is basically what I was trying to find. And it's just, it reflects a situation where the working relationship is broken down to the point that continuation is no longer viable. And I think that's where we're at, but, and I think the 130-day notice to her end date is far and exceeds any of the notifications that are in here, and you know, reflects a willingness not to just leave us hanging without leadership. If you want to talk about the process to get how long it's going to take to get somebody else in that position, I think that timeline is fast, but it allows us an opportunity. I've kind of mapped out a strategy, a week-by-week strategy that gets us there, but it is a very tight timeline, and would be with the help of Florida Association for Counties. Their County Managers Association provides a service that would help us navigate this so that we're not doing it on our own. But, so I'm just saying, I think the timeline gives us time, although it is quick, to be able to get a replacement in.
My question, I have two thoughts on that, and concerns rather. One is, if it is a difficult work environment that they don't see a path forward in, how do we have the assurance that someone stays 100, or that things are going to be moving forward in that 130 days with someone who is separating from us? And two, if that is the consensus of the board to do that, I would like to ensure that we also ask a member of our directors to temporarily go into the assistant role, so that they're there. As we've learned the hard way and the unfortunate way, we can lose a member at any time and there not be a backup or someone to follow through. So if that is the intention of the board, to continue with the 130 days separation, then I would also like to ensure that we have someone to backfill Mr. Sales' position now, so that we, and with the intention of them going back to their role as soon as we seat the county administrator and deputy. I think that is, we need to have those levels still filled through this process. So, and happy to, I've talked to a couple of the directors here, are always happy to step up and help us. So I want to make sure that we have a full staff still upstairs. If that is the consensus of the board, that they want to continue on with Ms. Petito. And that's my thought on that, because I think we better have someone also as a secondary to help her. I mean, she can't do it alone through budget season.
I think she realizes that.
Yeah, and so if we could, you know, and that's just my thought. I'd feel more comfortable knowing that we have someone else helping, if that's the case. I find it difficult. I don't know how she's going to, you know, be able to work the 130 days if it's a difficult situation to work with now. But, you know, I understand.
I think you're just stretching it out for more pain, more confusion, more discussion of anger, disappointment. It's not a happy situation, it's an ugly situation. And I think we have to look at what's the best options. To me, it's, what do they say? They say, take the Band-Aid off, rip off the Band-Aid and heal. This has been going on since we lost Mr. Salinas. This has been a slow drop since we lost Jorge Salinas. He was a lot of the glue, and I'm not blaming Heidi on that. Understanding that she's had, a very close relationship and worked well with him. And in 10 days, we had a replacement. 10 days, Mr. Sales stepped up, and I thank Mr. Sales for stepping up. But that's still, the trend was broken. The bruises and the damage was there. And it's just continued to get further and further, become a problem for this board to operate in its best possible practices, in my opinion. So that's the way I look at it. It's not an argument.
You have an employee that wants to terminate, that's willing to stay until July, that then gets a 20-week severance package. Is that what's working out? Is that what this scenario looks like?
Who are you asking that to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I might be from old school, but, again, I trust that Mrs. Petito will do the best that she can, but if things are so bad upstairs on the 3rd floor, then I think that if there is a separation, it needs to be a separation. I believe that there are plenty of people in our budgeting department. We just heard about the wonderful budgeting department that we have and all the accolades and all of our planning, past planning. Things are not going to move that quickly in the first couple of months of the budget. They didn't last year. They're not going to do this year. This is the time when there are discussions within departments. I would not be looking for somebody who's not happy where they are to be staying until July. That just does not make any physical sense at all. So if you guys are going to go with the severance, I'll go with the severance, but I'm not going to drag this out until July and then start looking. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. We have support. We have staff, and we have support that can get us. How long is your timeline, Mr. Dance? How long is your proposal?
Oh, it was based on the July date, so it's...
I'm not going there. That's not what my plan would look like.
Ms. Carney, what would your plan be?
Immediate, gone? I don't know what else.
To accept the severance,
No, I'm not. I'm not going to vote to accept the severance, but I'm outvoted. But, let her leave. Let her resign. That's what resignation is called. Right. I have a couple of staff members also that can be interviewed by us to see if they would like to step into the role as an acting administrator. Not an interim, and acting, keeping the doors open, no hiring, no firing, just being here. Let us workshop, get a plan together, which would include the use of these organizations that we belong to. There is a program for immediate, it's called MIT, Managers in Transition, that could step in, that we could go under contract with, to get us to interim or direct hire. I don't know what we're going to get for applications. I don't know, but you don't keep this relationship going.
Mr. Hanson, any comments on separation dates?
Yeah. Again, the problem is what's going on the third floor. And Ms. Carney is responsible for that.
Miss,
So I don't understand. I mean, I think the best thing we can do is, if we're going to do this, is start looking right now for a replacement. But let her stay till 1 July, or if we hire somebody sooner, we hire somebody sooner. But in order to move this budget along, I think we need her. We need her to do that. So that would be my sense, is to accept what she is saying, and then she'll stay until the budget gets submitted on the 13th, and then on the 14th she's gone. I think that's a workable plan. And then whatever it takes to legitimize the severance package, we need to do that. Because she's spent the best part of her life working for Flagler County. Very, very successfully working for Flagler County. So that needs to be rewarded. And
That's called a severance pay.
and I think the severance package is not only fair, it's due. So I'm just against the whole thing, but if this is the way we're going, then I think that's the fairest thing we can do.
all right, we'll listen, separation date. Ms. Richardson.
Whenever I've left a company, and I've left a couple of them in my career, I let them know professionally. I said, thank you very much for the opportunity to work here, but it's not working out for me. And rather than cause mayhem and all this drama, I simply pack my stuff, take it home, and bring it out the next office I go to work in. That's how the business people work. When they tell you you're gone, they don't normally leave you around. And things change. Things have been changing very slightly. And for the year, I've struggled with getting everything I need at all the times that I do need it. That's my personal opinion. I've spoken with Heidi. I've kept a kind, professional situation with her. But I have seen some behaviors that I'm not thrilled with at all. And I've said it before. I'm not going to rehash it. I said it in January. And this is going on since January. Now we're at March 2nd. And we have to make a decision. It's time to cut the rope, in my opinion. So I do agree on Kim's mindset that I think the time is here, and it's now. We have a fabulous staff back there. I know what they're doing, and they're all working hard. And I thank them every meeting, if I'm not mistaken. And I know we can fill this if we act diligently and get on the trail for it. And it's delaying is just not getting anywhere, folks. And we got to get things started.
Chair,
So,
when you're done.
well, so this will be my recommendation. My recommendation aligns somewhat with Mr. Hanson in the fact that I believe that we could stage a workshop in the next 2 weeks with options for sitting in interim based on recommendations from Florida Association of Counties and what is it, the range riders or whatever they call themselves, and that Ms. Petito could stay in the role until we're able to seat an interim. That would be I don't think it's fair to Ms. Petito if she's uncomfortable in her situation to drag her through the mud till July the 14th, and vice versa. I think we do need to move on and find an interim. So I'm comfortable with that suggestion. When the board's able to seat an interim, then, she'll be able to maybe work with the interim for 30 days to get them up to par and then move on.
I'm in, again, I'm going to go back to where I think if we go through the term, I don't know how, if we terminate her with a vote, we don't have, then what's the plan with the agreement? Do they would then adopt the agreement even though it's written as a resignation so that everything is covered within that? I'm in for, I think the agreement honors the existing contract. I think it, right, it provides a structured transition. I think, it's silly to think that existing staff is going to fill two positions at the highest level of the organization and that the transition protects us from unnecessary legal and operational risk. I think we're putting the county at a severe risk by not taking her up on this transition plan. We'd be looking at two of the highest level vacancies in the department and trying to fill them immediately with existing staff who already are in the midst of their workload. It is unfair to our staff to ask them to do that. And
You're asking two of them to do it. We're asking Ms. Petito to stay until we're able.
right, so
or,
then you're
that's
looking,
what I'm saying.
then she would need to find people to share the role. But there's flexibility in that. It doesn't have to be one person. It can be multiple people based on what needs to happen. But in your scenario, is it moving with the separation agreement that's on the agenda that we should bring forward?
I'm comfortable with moving forward with a separation agreement, but as the attorney stated, by termination vote, because that does line up with the contract.
I think if you wish it clearer, we can revise the language. It's probably just tweaking a few words. This is basically a mutual separation. That way, then with it being a mutual separation, then we can be consistent with the language in the 2021 agreement to permit for severance.
So how would you want us to make that motion so that it is consistent with what's in front of us, the separation agreement?
I say mutual.
Probably ask you to vote upon accepting the separation agreement basically you're voting for a mutual separation between the county and the county administrator of the employment, and then approving the separation agreement. We can strike the language referencing voluntary resignation, and it'll be referenced as a mutual separation. That way it'll effectuate both the action, it'll give me county action as well as, so it's basically kind of reciprocal action on both of your parts.
You got that?
Mr. Hanson, you got that?
Yeah, I'm not sure what language we'd have to strike.
Well, 1.1 of it's voluntary resignation and notice pursuant to 2C. I think that's just, this just becomes it's just a mutual separation.
The termination, mutual separation.
Yeah.
There'll be one more.
And I know we were going back and forth. Unfortunately, the first I saw of this agreement was at 7:45 on Friday night. And that's when I began to try to first put the round peg in the square hole, the square peg in the round hole, to try to bring the documents to be consistent, in order to really bring these matters consistently, to still permit for the severance package, to justify the severance package that would be consistent with the actions of both the previous actions and the previous desires of at least some members of this commission, and as well as the actions of the employee. And I really needed to bring consistency between these two documents.
So I think we're all set for that. Do we feel good about that portion of this? So separation date, can we make an agreement that this board puts a workshop on for hiring an interim? And that it seems like we're kind of divided on when she should move on. I don't, given the reason that we're even here today, I'm not even sure how you can expect her to stay on through July, but I understand the importance of keeping her in the role as you feel, but I don't think, I think we should go ahead and try to move forward with hiring an interim, and then maybe at such time we can discuss again whether or not she needs to stay through July.
It says or earlier, am I not mistaken? So I think it's in there.
Right, yeah. Okay. We need to obviously make that a priority. That's my.
I'll share with HR the emails that I've had, so, and let HR pull the information
Okay,
that I've had with FAC.
yeah, because I don't think that's.
Could you make all those emails available to all of us instead of just HR, please?
yeah.
Thank you.
I had to wait till this morning because they, on short notice, they only replied this morning.
So can we agree to place a workshop? I don't know how long it will take. Does HR know how long it will take to reach out and get, has any of that been looked into, whether or not FAC, how long it will take them to get a lineup of interims? Do you know anything about that? Well, probably not. You're back your first day. Apologies. Okay, sorry. In a minute when we
Charlie
line up
Picano,
this
HR
part.
Director. Yeah, and in the interim, I mean, we can try to tentatively schedule for the 16th. We could reach out to the companies and get their proposals and then present that to you guys, and I can let you know if anything
Yeah,
changes.
if you could send an email to us of when you think that you'll have, was it FAC? What
Yeah,
were the other
the
groups?
information Andy's talking to you about is pretty easy to
The
pull.
county managers are the association.
Yeah.
This
It's
is just
through
for
FAC.
interim. Go ahead, Ms. Carney, I know you.
Well, I was just going to say, what's going to happen on the 16th is we're going to be given an option. And the option's going to be managers in transition, where they have all the resumes and all the past experience of all the managers that are waiting for phone calls. We can interview from that list. He can have all that information on a link that we can push to see who's available to be an interim administrator. And then that person, whatever we work out with as far as the interim goes, that person would either stay, because a lot of interims stay, or we do a nationwide search for a new administrator. The practice of this board has not been to go outside and look. We tend to try to do it inside to save money, but we're going to have to decide based on what happens with the interim if we're going to go outside or not, because those are going to be the options. We can let our own HR, like we did with our attorney, do an inside, or we're going to have to decide if we want to go outside. So it's going to be more than just the person, but there are people waiting in this pool, managers in transition pool, that you can get tomorrow. But we're going to want to see who they are. I mean, we're going to want some say in who
On the
they are.
interview. Didn't you bring this up in January?
I think it was
No, February. I
February?
came back February because I didn't have a plan in January, so that's why I couldn't get the second and I couldn't get the vote, was because I didn't have a plan. So I brought back and said, I looked into it and this is what I found. I presented what I found, which is
Just recall
basically what
hearing about
Andy's
this
found.
before. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. So I think we've come to some agreements up here that there will be a motion presented about mutual separation. We will workshop with interim opportunities, and at that time, can we agree at that time, you can make it to Ms. Petito staying on until July 13th or earlier based on how you're able to backfill the position? Does that sound like a plan for everybody? Ms. Petito the agreement will remain July 13th or earlier. You'll workshop, you'll find an interim, and at that time, you can decide whether or not you need to continue on with Ms. Petito till July the 13th or another date, an earlier date.
That's
Madam Chair, if we're going to come up with a motion, just because we had an exhibit that was published on the agenda, and since we've kind of worked on the language, I've made some revisions to what was published to change the language. If you want to make a motion to that, which is going to be what's been revised to the agreement, and since we've done it here in an open meeting, I can describe the changes that were made. So in that, if we look at the separation agreement that is part of the packet, so in the second paragraph, I think the language goes from, I can put both of them. So second line of the second paragraph where it begins, employees' voluntary separation from employment is hereby revised to just simply read employees' separation from employment. Then we go to section 1.1, where it previously read 1.1 voluntary resignation and notice pursuant to 2C. That'll be revised to simply read separation and notice pursuant to section 2C. Then we have first sentence, employee and county agree to allow employee to resign her position in accordance with section 2C, is now revised to read employee and county mutually agree to allow employee to separate from her position in accordance with section 2C of the employment agreement. And that the rest remains the same.
Would it not, the shall terminate on July 14th, it doesn't say or earlier.
Well, it's whichever is, let me go back, it is there. It's employee will continue to serve.
I'm looking at the agenda,
Whoops,
I'm
let me get my revised language right. No, it's, so employee will continue to serve in her current position during a transition period until the county hires an interim or permanent replacement or completes preparation of the FY 2027 tentative budget, whichever is earlier, with a separation date no later than July 14th, 2026. So the finish line is July 14. However, if there is an interim or a permanent replacement brought prior to that, or the tentative budget is completed earlier, then it'll be, then she'll leave. Then I guess there's separation.
Okay. All right.
All right, the next change, let me just, employment is misspelled there. The next change was I'm just removing all references to voluntary. I think that was, so section 1.3 was changed to read, oops, I have so many up. Just the term voluntary resignation was revised just upon resignation when proper notice is delivered under 2C. So those are the changes. The rest of the agreement remains the same. So if you're going to make a motion to approve the separation agreement, it'll be a separation motion to approve the separation agreement with those revisions as proffered.
Could you look at the second line under 1.2 where it says this separation agreement is intended to implement section 3B?
Okay.
A resignation of employee following a request of the county. We didn't request that she terminate.
Well, that would be by approving this, because the language of the agreement is a mutual, that's the county action.
Okay. All right, so,
Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
I move that we approve the mutual separation agreement with the modifications to the employment agreement as proffered by legal. Additionally, we will have a workshop as soon as possible to find an interim employee, and that Ms. Petito will stay on board until an interim is selected, or July 13th, whichever comes first. And additionally, we would approve the severance package.
I have a motion to approve the mutual separation agreement with a workshop to appoint an interim, at which time, I believe you meant to say that there could be there's a discussion at that time about continuing to her employment. Is that correct? Till July
Right.
13th?
Right.
I'll second, but I would like to have a potential correction. I just don't want it to be focused on an interim because we need to
Right.
also find a
Final.
permanent solution.
I should add that we will
Okay.
start today looking
Interim or
for a
permanent?
replacement. Immediately.
Okay.
For
All right, so there is a motion to accept the mutual separation agreement of the county administrator with a county workshop to follow at a near date and time to find an interim or permanent replacement, at which time we will review the July 13th date, correct? Okay, that is the motion.
Okay.
And you've seconded, Mr.
I did,
Nance?
yes.
Okay.
If it was
All right, so
amended, I second the amended
All
motion.
right, I'm going to go ahead and go out to public comment on this item, and then we'll come back for a final vote. Right now, I'm opening up public comment on item 8B, the consideration of employment separation agreement for the county administrator. All those wishing to speak must approach, give your name and 3 minutes. Hello, sir, how are you?
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Celestino. I'm a former employee of Flagler County. I am lucky enough to know Ms. Petito since the first day she walked on this campus. It was a lot different than we were actually working out of a trailer. We've come a long way, Flagler County. But she's been here, I think it's 23 years now, or maybe 24. It's something in that neighborhood. She has always handled herself with grace and dignity. And in this situation, she has done a tremendous job of handling herself, again, with grace and dignity. And for that, I applaud her, and I want to thank her for her service. And I wish that you guys, Mr. Hanson, you especially, you thanked her. You said she deserved this, and she earned it. And I personally want to thank her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Seeing none,
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, probably. Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. I was operations manager in large corporate business for 25 years. And if somebody gave notice that they no longer wanted to be an employee and they were in a management position, they immediately had to turn in their keys because, to quote a very wise county attorney, they know how the sausage is made. They know where the bodies are buried. They cannot have extra time to tie up the loose ends and ensure that what we recently learned is the big picture to continue. As a resident of Palm Coast, I brought my daughter and my son and my grandchildren here because we were lured to the beautiful city of Palm Coast. My mom and dad were here over 20 years ago, and we loved it. And we made a 10-year plan to come to Palm Coast and retire. I worked so hard for 35 years. Saved my 401k and was able to buy a house. I've built 4 homes, brand new. My home here in Palm Coast, the value is diminishing for reasons that were made here in the county and in the city of Palm Coast. You cannot allow someone with that background to continue any longer. It was a resignation. It was not a mutual. Ms. Petito already has a golden parachute. These city, county employees are getting retirement of over 20%. I was grateful for my 3 to 5%. She doesn't need severance pay. She doesn't deserve severance pay because at 20 whatever percent that she's banked for 25 years, she's okay. Thank you for your service, Ms. Petito. But the residents of Palm Coast and Flagler County have had it up to here with our homes being devalued by the actions of the county and the city. And we are tired of it. We're not going to take it anymore. The patriots and the people who love our city and county are begging you,
Thank you, Ms. Jelly.
put an end to it. Thank you.
All right, any other comments?
Well, like all of you, David Eckert, Kelly Sir, like all of you, this was added to the agenda late. I don't want to specifically talk about this individual in this situation, but this is a mess, a train wreck that is going to scar the employees, the commissioners, the staff, and I would say, I don't know what the county attorney has to say about this, but I think this borders on malfeasance by some of the board members. And there's state statutes relative to how this process should run and how the relationship between the board and the staff in a county like ours should be dealt with. And the fact that this was added to the agenda and you're stumbling around relative to how this process and how the amendments and so forth are taking, and it's a train wreck. And I'm ashamed for all of us that this should occur this way. You don't know what's going to happen when you roll the boulder off the top of the hill. Well, how are the other people that have worked here 23 years going to be thinking about this process unfolding this way? And maybe we'll get more resignations. The fact that Percy, also a personal long-term employee, would come to this same conclusion that I want out. This is not good. You should be very careful about how many of you can be accused of different positions relative to them. Some of them are factual and some of them can be supported. But this is not a proper, we have a lot of things to get correct this year in this county relative to all of the homestead taxes, the MSBUs, the MSTs that have to be set up for the shoreline and all of those issues. So can you do a little bit better job than what you're doing?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to say something about this topic. My name is Laura Stillman. I live in the Hammock, and I have been following this situation for at least the past year. And I will state that on January 9 of 2025, so approximately 2 months after the current commission board was seated, I had one of the commissioners tell me how incompetent that our county administrator was. And I was shocked, especially since this commissioner had only been on the board then for a couple of months, and stated there were all these problems and that Ms. Petito could not do the job, only got it because of who she knew. And I'll be honest, I was shocked when I was being told this in a casual situation that had nothing to do with Ms. Petito's work. And here we are over a year later, and now Ms. Petito, as far as I'm concerned, is being forced out. If her work was so bad, then somebody should have stepped up and had a mentorship with her, should have stepped up and helped her with whatever that commissioner thought was wrong. There should have been a number of opportunities, I'm sure, where Ms. Petito should have been given a better opportunity to show what she could do, rather than beating her up in front of the public at work, at commission meetings. I have been shocked every time I've sat here and I have heard this commissioner say things in very rude ways to Ms. Petito that I don't think anybody deserved to have spoken to like that. So I just wanted to put that out. This is my feelings, this is my recollections of what have happened in the past year. And I'm very sorry, Ms. Petito, that you're considering leaving at this point. I always saw the potential in you as a former city commissioner and working with we didn't call him an administrator, it was a city manager. This would never have happened because we would have been working with that city manager, not trying to force that city manager out by pointing out all the things that person did wrong out in public. It was the wrong place to do it. I was embarrassed to sit here and listen to it. And good luck finding somebody because they're going to know what's happened here, just like Palm Coast had to go through all this. So I wish you the best of luck of finding a new administrator. We need a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair,
Mr. Tanner.
I'm John Tanner, a not as preserves attorney at this point, okay? I served over 20 years in the state attorney's office. Most of that time, I was the elected state attorney with more than 80 lawyers working for me, 20 some odd investigators, and a staff of nearly 200 people over 4 counties. I had to let go more than one employee. Some were longtime employees, some were new and just didn't work out like we had hoped. I even had one ran against me for state attorney, and he wanted to stay on, said he would do what he's supposed to do and we could work together. I said, well, let's see if we can make it work. It didn't work. No surprise, but it did not work. I have sat in these meetings, and I've heard 3 of you say that you have had problems with Ms. Petito, and that the staff is not delivering, that you give them assignments and they don't bring them in, and they bring in their own, quotes, agenda. And if 3 of you have experienced that, and that has been your experience, I would see no reason as an administrator or as the state attorney, if that happened to be my job, is to tell them thank you for your service and goodbye. There's nothing worse in an organization than people that are unhappy, because unhappiness is like a disease, it spreads. And if we have an administrator that wants to leave, she's ready to leave on the best terms possible, and at least 3 of you have had difficulties with her staff, with the county staff, and we're not satisfied with the work product, then I think you should vote your conscience and have this behind you and get on with life, because these jobs are important, and not looking to hurt anyone. We're looking for the best and most efficient organization you can put together, and you all shouldn't have to be uncomfortable sitting up here. That should not be part of the job description, although some discomfort, I think, is built in because of the decisions you have to make. Thank you for your service, and I hope that you will do what you need to do and do it with a smile and in good conscience. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Jay Gardner, Flagler County Property Appraiser. I just wanted to thank Ms. Petito for working with my office. I don't understand why we've gotten to this place. She's been nothing but good and professional and has always taken care of us. I'm not really speaking for my other constitutionals that are here, but I just want to thank you, Heidi. You've done such a great job. And I'm sorry that we find ourselves in this position, and I hope that you guys can make this as right as we can at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
April Wilson, Palm Coast. I too just wanted to thank Heidi as a resident of Palm Coast for her service. It pains me that we're here. I don't understand why we're here, but we are. And Heidi, I thank you for your service. I think, the staff, I've been to several events where she interacts with all the staff, which I can say I can't see the same for a few of the commissioners. They're not at the events. Heidi's at every single one of the events, leading. But I wish you nothing but the best and continued success and happiness in what comes next.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? I'm bringing it back. We have a motion. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on the item. We have a motion to approve, I just wanted to address Mr. Eckert. We didn't get this agreement till 7:30 Friday night, and the attorney as well. He didn't get it, and he was on the road traveling back from, I believe, South Carolina, and had to pull over and deal with it. So it was just kind of thrown at us, and we're doing what we can with it. I think we knew we'd have to kind of broker through it up here, unfortunately. So, all right, I have a motion to approve the separation agreement with workshop to follow, and I have a second by Mr. Dance. We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Dance?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
I don't feel that, what you said was limited. It did not give all the terms, correct? I want to make sure.
Well, the previous did, but I can go through it again.
I
if
would
you'd
like
hear
to
the
have
motion.
the motion respoke, if you don't mind.
Mr. Hanson,
So,
could you please speak your motion?
Thank you.
I move that we accept the mutual separation agreement and schedule as soon as possible a workshop to find an interim and possibly a permanent replacement with the language in the employment agreement modified as proffered by legal. Accept the severance package and keep Ms. Petito on the books until interim has been selected with the proviso that she may, if we agreed, she could stay on and help the interim administrator get through the budget process, but no later than July 13th.
It's 14th, just to
14th.
clarify.
No later than July 14th.
And that's what you seconded to, correct, Mr. Dance?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and with the roll call again. Mr. Dance?
Yes.
Chair Pennington?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
No.
Commissioner Carney?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes on 8B. We'll address it in county comments, commission comments. We move on to item 8C, consideration of a tri-party agreement for the creation of a mural on a county facility.
So if I could, today, at the request of Chair Pennington, we are presenting the tri-party agreement between Flagler County, the Flagler County Historical Society, and the commissioned artists for creation of a new mural to be placed on a county facility. The facility is 103 East Moody. It's the SMA Access Center. The agreement before you outlines each partner's role in bringing the project to life. County stewardship of the site, Historical Society as the sponsor and funding person that will coordinate and work on that. The artist design and installation of the work. The agreement ensures responsibilities, insurance, and maintenance expectations are clearly defined while supporting a collaborative effort to celebrate community's history through public art.
Thank you. Any questions for me, or I feel it's a little different. So this has been a project with FC3 at the helm, and Ed Sharkovitz from the Historical Society to start a mural program, mainly where we can. It's a lot of it's on city buildings within this city of Bunnell, starting with the county building, the SMA, the old library. It's about roughly 1,200 square feet. The mural depicts a commissioned piece by R.L. Lewis, one of the Florida highwaymen. We commissioned this piece of Lake Diston by him that will be painted on the building. There is a picture somewhere of the mural in the package. I don't know if they can put it up. Mr. Lewis painted the picture of Lake Diston as he saw it. It will be a portion of it. It will be a destination because there are only 4 highwayman murals done in the state of Florida. The second one of the second ones in Hastings, it's by Brooke Page. Miss Page will be painting this one. She is a well-known muralist from Palaca area. She is, and you can see the painting
is
of the
now.
R.L. Lewis. Mr. Lewis sadly passed away right after painting this painting, and he was the last highwayman to live. So it's interesting that we ended up with the last highwayman painting painted. He gave us copyright approval for the painting. The city of Bunnell gave us CRA funds to fund it. There will be a grant applied for by the Historical Society to FC3 to shore up some remaining funding. Any questions, comments? Alvin has seen this and approved of it, and as well as the mayor. Yes, sir.
What's the expected life of this painting, and when's the scheduled refreshing of it planned, and who then picks up the cost of the refreshing?
Okay, so this is going to be applied with mural paints that are fade resistant, and it will have a topical mural sealant placed on it. It's roughly like a 30-year lifespan, from what I've understood. There had not been a discussion about refreshing and who would do that. It would probably have to, we can work that in if that's
It
something you
might,
want to do.
at 30 years, it might need to be redone.
I know, yeah, well, as all the murals, right? So, yeah, so 30 years, and they may want to paint over it sooner, who knows, but
I believe the term is sandblasting.
sandblasting. It depicts cabbage.
I call it
Wonderful
restoration.
things.
Like buildings
Yeah.
get restored, so do
There's-
murals can be restored.
There are several buildings who want to follow suit. We're hoping that this triggers a mural renaissance within Bunnell who allows for murals. Bank of America building, Poppies has a building out back. They'd like to do one on the Historical Society would like to do the library, the green building, that is also a county building. But we're hoping that this will trigger a lot of private funding and building owners in that area to commission murals. And there are some other suggested mural types they want to put down there. And then there are local artists who are signing up to want to do the next murals. We chose Brooke Page because she has painted all the Highwaymen murals to date. She's actually the muralist for Trader Joe's, and she's from our area, and she lives in our area. So, any other questions?
I have a comment. I know that this project has been
2.5
been
years.
discussed on FC3. It's been worked in the works for 2 years, probably close to 2 years. This artist is a well-known artist, and it's going to give us a special zest towards tourism. As everybody knows, people goes on tours with anywhere there's a mural, people take pictures. It's the best thing in every city to go and see what they have to offer with murals. Everybody loves it. It seems to be a tourism drawer, and this is part of the tourism, as well as our culture. So it's bringing our culture out. It really fits the essence of our LAA position. And I think it's a beautiful rendition. It's been worked on, and it's definitely got a little bit of every piece of Flagler County in it in my vision.
And that is Miss Petito's alligator. When I first met with her about the murals, she said she wanted an alligator, or she said it'd be nice to see an alligator. So
You know what's missing is a potato.
No, it was there.
They're not that pretty in painting. We saw
It was very brown.
hard to tell it's a potato.
Yeah, potato would be ugly.
So we did have
We've
these
got it up
cabbage are
here.
lovely.
It's still here. The
And on a
potato
tw-
hasn't left.
Right.
It's still in the room.
All right.
There needs to be a button, so when you press it, you can hear the sandhill cranes.
Oh, and I should
Here's one.
point out that these two birds are actual pictures of, and I apologize for not, my mind is kind of somewhere else, the city of a local photographer, Thea Mathan's, right? Thea Mathan's father, or, I apologize, I can't recall, but they used from the Historical Society pictures taken, and those flowers as well. All come from a local, well-known artist in the city of Bunnell. So, but this will be able to be advertised as a Highwayman mural. I know it's weird to have the painting offside, but it's a 1,200 square foot wall, so it's actually going to be very big down on the end. And I would encourage everybody to try to push along murals, because having a community that's vibrant in arts and culture is really one of the things I think is missing, arts and culture from our community. And Bunnell welcomes murals, so that's why it's starting down in there.
I'll make a motion to approve item 8C.
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Dance, a second by Ms. Richardson. I'd like to go out to public comment about the mural program. Any questions? Hi, Ms. Shelley.
Hi, Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. I love the mural, it's beautiful, but what is the guarantee that that's what it's going to be when it's painted on a building? I am a big fan of art. I'm a big fan of wildlife and the natural beauty that brought us to Palm Coast and Flagler County. When I drive through Bunnell right now, my heart breaks for the condition of those buildings right now. We shouldn't be talking about putting murals on those buildings. For me, painting on buildings is not fitting in with what we were sold Palm Coast and Flagler County was. I find it ironic that you have cabbage and formerly potatoes on there, when if this 50-year plan comes to fruition, there will not be a cabbage or a potato anywhere near Flagler County. And that's sad. As a representative of that district, Ms. Pennington, I would think that would break your heart as well. When I came to Palm Coast, there was no graffiti, there's no writing on buildings. But then it started to come, graffiti in our city. And I would contact the city of Palm Coast, open a Palm Coast Connect ticket, and those folks are great, and they would cover it over. And then more graffiti would come, and I would call it in, and they would cover it over. Every time it pops up, I call it in, and they cover it over. Well, writing on buildings kind of seems like that to me. And there is no guarantee what that mural is going to be. There's no guarantee that that mural is going to reflect our American values. Will it be an American flag, or will it be something far different? I think it's a bad idea. I don't think it represents what 105,000 people came here for. It may represent what the 200,000 people that they want to come here would like to see. But I want you to do what's right for the residents of Palm Coast and Flagler County, what's right for us as American citizens, what is right for the future of our country, to protect our homes, our future legacy for our children, what we were going to leave to them. What will it look like? Will it look like a tenement or a slum? Will it have a concrete overpass over it? Those are the decisions that the county and the city have been making, and they're not in line with the residents of Palm Coast or Flagler County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing no, I close public comment. Ms. Shelley, that is art. That is not graffiti. And cabbage is alive and well in the West with no chance of it going anywhere. As you know or don't know, we are the largest grower of cabbage in the United States, and it is an industry. So apology, but that is, and that is being created in the city of Bunnell, not Palm Coast. All right, we'll bring it back. Did we already do our vote, or we just?
No, we need to
Okay.
vote.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve it. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes. This starts March 16th. We encourage everybody to go down and take a look at the artist working on it with her staff. It should be done in 2 to 3 weeks. We're moving on March 16th. Yes, March 16th. If we can get all the paperwork and the world aligned. She's got it. All right, so we'll start with the county administrator report.
I'll try to be brief because I know we have a 1 o'clock workshop. Last week, February 26th, I met with our federal lobbyist, Josh Gaviton, to review Flagler County's priorities for the upcoming federal appropriation cycle. I've got a follow-up meeting with him tomorrow to continue refining some potential requests. We're focusing on roadway improvements, stormwater infrastructure, and cybersecurity needs. We're also going to be coordinating closely with Congressman Fine's office to ensure that these submissions are filed by the March 10th deadline. These efforts are in addition to the continued pursuit of federal support for the Flagler CSRM feasibility study, which includes the Back Bay. So just to give you an update on that. Wanted to provide a brief update on legislative activity related to our coastline. I've been in frequent contact with our lobbyists in Tallahassee. At this point, it appears that House Bill 1297 will not be moving forward this session, which makes Senate Bill 636 our strongest remaining path to keep coastal support moving in a positive direction. Sorry about that. We're also receiving some encouraging early feedback from DEP on Reach 3's critically eroded beach review. You may be aware Moffitt and Nickel, our consultant, had recently submitted our application to them. While that is a promising development, Senate Bill 636 is still an important tool to ensure that all of our coastal areas have a clear protective way to be designated. If that Reach 3 designation is approved, it would expand our critically eroded shoreline by roughly, I think it's somewhere about 5.8 miles. It would bring in just south of Washington Oaks State Park, going south to the Volusia line, increasing our total from what we have designated today is about 10.3. It would increase that to be 16.1 miles of our 18 miles as critically eroded. There's probably some more on that I'm probably forgetting, but that's kind of the highlights. I did want to ask the board for direction regarding Flagler County's continued participation with the Florida Government Utility Authority Board. Our involvement was very helpful during the transition of us getting out of the utilities. But right now, I think it creates some added work and some confusion within the community. I think residents often assume that we have some authority over FGUA operations. We do not. So I'm seeking guidance from you on whether or not the board would like us to continue in this role or consider stepping back. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. County Attorney, Mr. Rodriguez.
I guess I'll keep it really brief because the one item I had was probably going to be tied into what's going to be discussed during your guys' report and comments. But yeah, negotiations are ongoing and wrapping up the agreements between the developers of Veranda Bay and Summertown regarding those items that were discussed as part of our 164 settlement. So we've gone back and forth. Still waiting now for the additional comments from what I sent back to them. But the plan is still to bring those agreements for approval at the next council meeting, commission meeting.
All right. I need to go to community outreach. It's a 30-minute time period allocated for public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Melanie Thompson, John Anderson Highway, unincorporated. I'll make this quick. I want to thank the county here for all the effort and time and dedication that you gave toward the Summertown and Veranda Bay situation. Though I am sad and very disappointed that Flagler Beach proceeded to follow through with the annexation without any reduction to the density the developer proposed and along with the Monster Marina. And I hope that the county will continue in any way to watch over and control anything that can prevent the least amount of destruction to the area, the John Anderson corridor, especially the Beulah Creek. And also, I'd like to comment on the St. John's water management that recently declared Flagler County, along with several other surrounding counties, to preserve as much water as we can due to the extreme drought and low water tables. The public needs to be educated about the water use and restrictions that they are enforcing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
David Eckert, Cali del Sur. I'd like the board to give us consensus to staff and also among yourselves relative to the coordination of 636 with Senator Leak and Representative Greco. The situation, and I think you have some specific information this morning from Representative Greco. It would be helpful for us to be able to collaborate, Senator Leak, to two of the 5 representatives relative to possible visitation to Tallahassee, and also relative to communications to the League of Cities, and also to the Florida State Beach Preservation Association. Those two have been negative relative to the continued fast approval of 636 and possibly 1297. And so it would help if I had specific, and Senator Leak and Representative Greco had specifically named people over the next 2 to 3 weeks to make sure that we can be fast and collaborative on any move they want us to make on behalf of Flagler County to these organizations.
Thank you, sir.
Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. Just as a resident of Palm Coast and Flagler County, when I hear terms like fast and collaborative and we're rushing things through so quickly, I just want folks to take a moment to breathe and find out what the rush is. We have a unique and very special place here in Florida, in Flagler County. I've seen the big picture of the 50-year plan of what the plans are. Really going to just ask you to take a moment and think about what your picture in your mind is for Flagler County, for Palm Coast, for Florida, and to do what you can to keep it beautiful, to keep it rural. That might sound naive, and you know, the folks out back who are pulling the strings go pretty long. That's not what they want. But we are the residents that live here. We're the ones that pay the taxes. We should have a say. The residents should have full disclosure on what these letters stand for, and what it means, what these state Senate bills really are, what it means for Flagler County and for Florida. Who benefits? Is it the local residents? We know better. That's all I have to say for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Davis, Hammock Dunes Owners Association. I want to let the board know that we fully support 636. Our history behind 636 has been going on for a number of years. We haven't had critically eroded beach status. What it's meant to us as an organization, we've had to put a little over $10 million in beach renourishment as an organization. It's hundreds of millions of dollars from the county. So what 636 does is it provides a grant opportunity for the county up to a 50 to 75% match, which from a local funding perspective, if that goes in place, it gives the county an opportunity to be able to reduce its local share, which impacts everyone throughout the county. I think as a board, as a commission knows, that when you look at what goes on the beach and any investment in the beach, it's probably like about a 13 to 1 cost to benefit analysis on that. It's one of the most important things you can do. And also from a history standpoint, I've been here about 20 years. Okay, we bought for about 20 years ago. That Palm Coast probably would not exist in the original ITT development and going back to DRI would not exist in the way it does had it not been for the beach. We are a shoreline community. And that shoreline community has provided development, it's supported economic development throughout the county. It's also in terms of real estate values and prices and things like that throughout the county. So I think it's good. But I think that anything that, we are fully committed to do anything we can do on getting 636 through. Again, because the economic benefit to the county is substantial. I thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. All right, no other comments? I'm going to close. Or did you need to speak, Mr. Tanner? It's last shot here. We're running past our workshop. And,
Madam
yes,
Chair,
sir.
Commission, I'm not sure I understood what the county attorney said just before he left the room. Has a resolution committee been appointed and resolution for the Veranda Bay and the Marina Village? So
Try to get clarification in our.
yes, I'd like
Yes.
clarification. So that is still an open issue, and we haven't gotten to that yet. That's for someday in the future.
Right.
In
That's
other words,
right.
what was discussed in the final process that's coming out just deals with Summertown?
He's asking if the agreement that you're working on is Summertown or Veranda Bay in Summertown. Just Summertown.
The agreement was part of Summertown. However, the impacts that were taken into consideration when we're looking at the impacts onto John Anderson Highway take into account the Veranda Bay annexation as well.
Well, we did not receive notice of that being the process. We thought it was just Summertown. So we've not received notice of that. I'm talking now as the attorney for Preserve Flagler Beach. Did not receive notice it was going to include Veranda Bay and the Marina Village. So that was an unintentional denial of due process. My representation of citizens that have been adversely affected in their person and property along John Anderson without any input into the resolution of those concerns. So I hope that you'll address that issue in such a way that we have an opportunity for the citizens of Flagler County, but particularly those that live along John Anderson that are directly affected in their property and persons, because we were not aware that it was supposedly settling Veranda Bay and this other development. I didn't even know it existed when I left town a week ago and came back and found out there's something called Marina Village. So I hope that you will let us have our day and due process before this is over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? If not, anything else for public comment?
No, ma'am, and I would like to be recognized if there is going to be a resolution discussion, that we be recognized as a representative, I be recognized as a representative of Reserve Flagler citizens of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I close public comment, bring it back for commission reports. To Mr. Tanner's point, when we noticed the resolution meetings, did we include Veranda Bay, or was that just specific to the annexation of Summertown?
Now that was just, the 164 process was just the county versus the city. This is an agreement between the developer and the county as it relates to John Anderson Highway. So they're separate proceedings and separate entities altogether.
Okay, I'm going to let the commission do their reports since we're running so late, and then we can, if anybody has questions about, I know I do, so I'm just going to let everybody go down.
Can I
we start
address
with
one
Mr.
thing with Mr.
Sure.
Ecker, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Regarding the Senate bill, I did reach out to Cody to see if there was a need for anyone to go to Tallahassee this week. He said, unfortunately, there are no more meetings for either of the bills for us to speak at, but the Senate bill is on the floor. So what can we do as a commission on the floor to get us at least heard or get the resolution or whatever, another plea. I mean, we've got a chance at another plea, do we not? On the Senate floor? Just because, why?
There's no opportunity to speak. You can watch, you can be up in the gallery and watch,
Okay,
but you
so
can't be
his-
on the floor.
Thank you. So his final comment was, I know that Representative Greco is working extremely hard on this. So there's nothing Representative Greco can do at this point because it's now at the Senate. So do we not need Leak to speak up? Do we not need to get this stuff to Leak? Senator Leak?
It's his bill.
Right.
He's working on it, and I believe the last word was if it passes the Senate, then Mr. Greco will
we've
go
got a
back
plan,
and
yeah.
try to go back to the House to revive the.
All right, so the
companion
Senate can
bill.
keep it alive and then it goes back.
We have a chance, slim, but a chance.
Okay.
No, sir, we
I'll
closed
talk to
public
you
comment.
after- I'll
We'll try
talk
to
to you
get
after,
everybody,
Mr.
we'll try to
Eckert.
get to your consensus also. I'm going to go ahead with Mr. Dance. Any commissioner report, comments?
Now, let me just tidy up today with a few comments. I want to thank Ms. Petito for her time, commitment, and public service to the county. Never really wanted the job, but to her benefit, she followed the next man up philosophy when Mr. Salinas did not want the top job and didn't shy away from taking the top job and leading the county. There were some comments, about rising through the organization, which is what Ms. Petito did. She understands our systems, our staff, and the community in a way that's not going to be easily replaced. And that kind of leadership sends a message to every employee that experience, commitment, and performance within the organization matter. And it gives them comfort in knowing that they too can rise potentially to the top spot. And, real improvement in government doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, consistency, and collaboration. When our leadership is constantly reset, you risk losing momentum and the institutional knowledge that took years to rebuild. I think if we don't reflect on our attitudes, our treatments to others, in our rules and procedures, we added a code of ethics to our rules and procedures that come from FAC but give us guidance. And one of them is to maintain a respectful attitude toward employees and other public officials, colleagues, and associates. I fear if we don't take that to heart, we will be not improving, but we're doomed to repeat the instances that we're going through. I just find it a little disheartening, that's all. And want to thank staff, everybody in the back who's stuck with us through this. And we're going to look for you and lean on you more than we have in the past to get us through this, to work collaboratively with new leadership over the next few months, asking you a little bit more. I know we ask a lot. We're asking you a little bit more to help us through the next few months. Again, just want to give Ms. Petito my public congratulations for the work that you've done. Maybe congratulations isn't the right word. Thanks for the work that you've done through this point. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. I'd like to also thank the staff. On Tuesday of last week, I had a town hall. What a production. We live streamed it. Communications did a great job getting the word out. We spent 2 hours talking about several very important county initiatives and projects. It was so great to see staff there that didn't really need to be there, but they came out to support. I think it's a great opportunity for commissioners to get in front of the folks that they represent. There were some tough questions, there's no doubt. There were a couple of commissioners from Flagler Beach there. Just try to garner up as much support for your subjects as you can, and hopefully we can cycle back through once everyone's had a chance to at least have one town hall. I too would like to thank Mrs. Petito. As I mentioned in her evaluation, she is truly a dedicated employee with many, many years of experience and fortitude. Transitioning and change is difficult, and it's difficult for everyone. It takes on different characters based on the leadership that walks us through the change. So I look forward with my colleagues to walk through this change the best that we can and to have a successful outcome. But having said that, the institutional knowledge that is here, hopefully Mrs. Petito can instill in the department heads, staff, anybody that needs the information. I'm confident that she will bestow whatever is needed to the staff before she leaves. I do have another issue which I found myself very torn over. I did observe Flagler Beach's vote on annexation for Veranda Bay. I did hear Mr. Tanner 3 times address the commission regarding the settlement agreement on the 164 for Summertown. We did discuss some concerns on Veranda Bay annexation. At the same time, I think it got confused with our conversations on Summertown. I think there may have been some confusion. I know there's some confusion on the result of the negotiations that took place right after our meeting asking for Chapter 164 on Summertown. I'm confused. Actually, I'm not confused. I'm perplexed. So here I sit knowing that this is an illegal annexation, and I quote from Mr. Al Hadid and Sean Moylan in their memo of March 7th, 2025, that with a voluntary annexation, where property owners in the unincorporated area petitions municipalities to be annexed, is historically the most common type of annexation that happens in Flagler County. The number one procedure is that all property owners in the area to be annexed sign a petition. At the meeting Thursday night, the attorney and the developer both agreed that that 100% of the landowners in Veranda Bay had been made aware of the annexation. They could not prove it. They could not provide signatures. So I then go to the voluntary annexation without owner's approval, Attorney General's opinion, and it states, upon determination by the governing body of the municipality that the petition bears the signatures of all owners of property in the area proposed to be annexed, the governing body may, at any regular meeting, adopt a non-emergency ordinance to annex. A municipality is not constitutionally or statutorily authorized to vary procedures for annexation specified in general or special law. Municipality precluded from enacting any annexation procedures contrary to Chapter 171. So, in my opinion, this is an illegal annexation. I swore to uphold the Constitution and the statutes of the state of Florida. So if I, or if we as a board decide to overlook this, we are basically in violation. It is a very difficult position that we find ourselves in because the willing seller on the 150 acres is the same developer that wants to annex Veranda Bay. So, do I decide to uphold the statute of the state of Florida and call this a illegal annexation and ask for a Chapter 164 once again? Or do I take the risk of this quote-unquote willing seller to pull the plug on us buying 153 acres? The developer has a lot of propaganda that has been spread out throughout the community in Flagler Beach, that he is an environmentalist that wants to put in a 150 slip marina with no evidence of that being an environmentally safe marina. They're using every, and I used it earlier today, they're using every loophole they can find to get this property annexed. They have carved out county property so there's no enclave. This is just so not fair to this community, but it will show the extent that a developer will go to get what they want. So I'm asking the board to consider, discuss. We don't have a lot of time to workshop this, but I'm open to a workshop to meet with our attorney as to why this is not yet another Chapter 164 with regard to annexation of Veranda Bay. That's my report.
Go ahead, Ms. Richardson, and then your comment.
I do have a, it went in and it flew out. Could that be done at the retreat?
No.
Could we add that onto the retreat, or that's a no?
No.
Okay, that's my answer. Thank you.
But I did have a question about the retreat, however. I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm
Oh.
sorry. At the retreat, we did miss following another workshop. We did miss the discussion on the attorney and the administrator's job evaluation, maybe a look at the contract. Hopefully in this workshop, there is some discussion about evaluations and contracts with the two employees that do report to the board. So I haven't seen an agenda for the March 9th workshop yet. I'm sure there's some type of a preliminary one out there.
I don't believe those will be topics for discussion because I believe we were looking at
I'll help you. We're not doing things that are going to come back on to a vote. It's
Right.
just merely a
It's
retreat.
just like a leadership
Yeah.
retreat.
So anything that
'cause I
may
don't
come
think
back
it's
to
going to
us,
be
we should do on a separate
open to
workshop.
public. It's just like fact meetings where it's like they come in and teach leadership. So we'll
Well,
have to
part
add
of
that to a
leadership
work-
is performance
I think
reviews,
that
but that's
will need-
okay.
I think that would be something that would be included in that workshop where we're looking at
Okay.
perhaps at
Another
the
workshop.
interim.
All right.
That we renegotiate contracts.
That makes sense, yes.
That
And
should
then
be
on
a part of it.
February 3rd, we all received an email regarding the use of the Nexus Center as a senior center. I don't know if anyone is going to discuss it at this point.
I believe Mr. Hanson wanted to discuss it. He had a
Okay,
mouth for that.
I'll wait for.
Is it at this meeting or at the workshop?
No, right now, we're just in commissioner comments, wrapping up so we can move on. I'll let Mr. Hanson go and then we'll come to you. That way you'll
I have
probably
nothing
hear
else
about
to
that
add.
one.
I just wanted to make sure I'm fine.
Okay. Mr. Hanson, you want to address?
A couple things. One, I want to thank Ms. Petito for her great work. I've worked with her for years now, and I can't find anybody better in the three different administrators I've worked with. She's been by far the best, and I thank her for all her hard work. And she's always answered the bell when I had problems. I recently heard a presentation by Carolyn Novaks, who's our IFAS agent for Volusia and Flagler County. And so I met with her to further understand her program that she's got that none of us seem to know about. And so I've asked her to come and give a presentation to us on a volunteer project that she has going on with regard to dunes. And it's really fascinating. And so I hope to bring her in pretty soon to give us a presentation on her efforts. And then I wanted to talk about the Nexus Center and the use by the seniors. We received, all of us received not only an email, but a personal letter. And I just find it a little troubling that we've promised them a place to meet every day, every weekday, Monday through Friday, and that we've reneged on that apparently. So, Ms. Petito, I need to understand why we're doing that. If we are in fact doing it, that we've rented out the space that's supposed to be for the seniors, and they go to meet and it's closed, they can't get in. Is that first of all, is that true? And then we need to fix that.
I don't know if I would use those words exactly. When we built the facility, as you know, we were renting space out at the Church on the Rock for the program when we left the Wickline Center. The initial thought was that the community room at the Nexus Center could be used for their congregate meals, their dining, the program that they operate for a few hours a day. The challenge has come up where you have county use of the facility because we have no other venues available to us that we have had, I can only think of maybe 2 occasions where we've needed to use the space. We worked with the department to see if there was an alternative to move their program, as to not cancel the program, but just to relocate it temporarily for this 1 or 2 occasions that have transpired. The facility, I think, is, it's a great facility. I think maybe nobody intended or recognized the fact that it was going to be this successful as far as need. We try not to interrupt their program, but one of the things that we had considered was if we are shutting down the adult daycare and you have restrictions on the facility that it needs to be used by seniors, a potential thing that could happen is that you repurpose the adult daycare and make it the actual senior facility. That way they're not disrupted, they're not, changed or harmed by incompatible use or use of the facility. That is something that we looked at considering as part of the upcoming budget. You have money in there now in the CIP to do, I don't want to call it a facelift, but like a refresh at that facility. So it would probably be our recommendation to the board to consider that rather than keeping that program running at the Nexus Center. And it's just because we have no other facilities to use, so if we try to do any staff development, training, recognition, or anything that requires the use of the entire, facility, not half, it becomes problematic. And so that's why
it might be something that we need to consider moving forward. I was kind of surprised to see that letter. It wasn't sent to me. I actually got it sent to me through Rose in our office, and then through the folks at the Nexus Center, where it's almost like they're, I don't know what the right wording is, but anyways, I don't think that it was intended. I think, if anything, it might be a little frustrating, I think, for some of the staff that work out of that facility who thought that it was, didn't realize maybe that there was that much of an issue. But I think it does represent a stronger case for repurposing the adult daycare and moving that possibly next year there.
Yeah, well, my concern was that an individual senior who goes and expects to go to a place that he's going to have for a couple hours and have some lunch and enjoys the camaraderie of the people, to find out it's closed. He can't get in.
Yeah,
So that worries me.
I don't think that the facility was closed, and I know, I can't speak for the staff, but I know that our staff works with them well in advance. It's not a shock, it's not a surprise. They just don't show up that day and it's unavailable to them. We work it out in advance so that other accommodations could be made, so that way they are aware of it. On this day, we're going to be operating out of, say, the EOC, and you're having your meals there, or maybe they're taking them to another location elsewhere in Palm Coast, or it is always scheduled in advance. It's not something that's sprung on them last minute.
I don't know, before that decision's made, want to make sure that all the grants and everything, funding for the Nexus Center didn't include specifically this program as one of the reasons of use. It didn't, because remember that's how the funds were, social services, which I know we're operating their offices out of, but I just want to make sure that this is not listed as a specific item that we made it contingent on.
It wasn't. When the grant application was made by Ms. Albanese, it was more about, it was on the heels of COVID and having certain requirements there, a lot of technology, a lot of ability to do medical appointments and things like that. There were pods that had to be purchased, and more of the technology side that went with the grant. As you may recall, or maybe you weren't on the board and weren't aware of it, the co-location of putting Health and Human Services with the library was not an original thought when we were building and doing that facility. That was something that we put together in a way that gained more public support and financial support from the board, that it made sense. And I think when we did that, we kind of assumed like, well, we can just use this area rather than continuing to pay money at Church on the Rock. But, as things move forward, if you recognize that there's something's not working as it should or intended, you fix it. And so I think you have an opportunity here to repurpose a building that has restrictions for seniors only on it and making that be their home.
Okay. Do you want to address 636, Mr. Eckert? Okay.
So I've been working pretty closely with Mr. Greco, and I would like consensus from the board that if he calls, I get in my car and drive to Tallahassee to talk. If it passes the Senate, there's going to be an effort by the one committee chairman to pull it into the House. And I don't know whether that'll be in committee or whatever, but I would like your permission, if it looks like it would help, that I would drive to Tallahassee and speak. But you guys got to tell me if that's okay with you guys.
Fine.
Thoughts on how best to move 636 forward as a board?
I think if there's opportunities to speak, it's open. I don't think we have to give you permission to go, and anybody can go and speak. You're our most well-versed beach commissioner, so it would make sense if you wanted to go, that you would go. I think I talked briefly about the League of Cities and talked to Ty Miller, and I think they've moved their position from opposed to neutral.
Oh, that's good.
And I believe any work that we can do with the FSBPA is still needed. So I think one of the requests
Well, that's going to be
was-
hard because they were, I met with them.
Right.
And they wanted to know why we were supporting it. And I laid out our rationale.
Right.
And then they said, we can't agree with that. Excuse me. So, and then they did a successful lobbying effort to kill it in the House. They did. It was FSBA that did that. They did it. So they're puffed out their chest big time. So maybe we can get it back.
Yeah, I don't know what the next step is if we have to, if it warrants a sit-down meeting with them, or, if you're going to go to Tallahassee, but it's another letter from the commission to them asking them to support it. As a member, right? We're a member of the organization. And I believe St. John's and Volusia, there's others, coastal counties besides us, I think, that are formulating support. I haven't heard from St. John's or Volusia if they've actually done a letter like we did, or some additional research, I guess, but I know time is running.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay, so here's the attempt on 636 is obviously any commissioners willing to reach out to Senator Leake's office, please do. Make your best efforts to advance it. If you're able to speak at any type of committee, please consider doing so. It's in the last week, so it's going to be very difficult to formulate anything else other than that.
Well, in the Senate, it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just going to go to the floor.
No, not yet, but
It's
it's going to
gonna
go to the floor. Yeah, the House is dead, the Senate's going to the floor.
And I guess just have our lobbyists keep us in tune
Maybe,
with any
yeah,
last
reach
second
out to him as
needs.
well. I have
Yeah,
a
when
plan.
he said that Representative Greco was working hard at it, he wasn't specific, so I intend on asking him what that means. And by all means, if we can be made aware of when it's going to be discussed on the floor, if you want to go, or if you can. If you can't speak, I don't know how good it is. So at least a conversation maybe with Senator Leake.
So we need to wrap up. We are past time on workshop. Veranda Bay, what is our window there if this board wishes to effectuate anything on Veranda Bay? This is my,
It's the same as the last one. So 30
Started.
days from the city's final action, which was on Thursday. So
here is what I understand it to be. The signatures, it is on the city of Flagler Beach to receive the signatures. The argument by the developer was that the deed restrictions that say that I, in purchasing this property, will allow for it to be voluntarily annexed. However, it looks like the state's statutes are very clear that there needs to be a voluntary petition for annexation. Unfortunately, there's no case law out there really saying anything about deed restriction. So there are no signatures that anyone has right now in their hands on this matter. I talked to the developer, Mr. Belchi. He said, we both agreed, while those people that live in those homes owe you those signatures based on their covenant deeds and restrictions, there is no signature, there's no voluntary petition, and it may be difficult to get those signatures. Now, the question comes down to two things in my mind, and this is just Leanne talking. One is, it's on Flagler Beach because they are doing the annexation to get those signatures. In talking with Mr. Rodriguez, the people that live in those houses, could bring maybe action, but it would not be against the county, it would be against Flagler Beach. So it's very foolish what Flagler Beach is doing, in my opinion, there, but they have an attorney and they understand their risks. The risk to us is that we may lose the opportunity to negotiate and purchase the 150 acres of Bulow based on the posturing that's happening in this negotiation. That's a real risk for us. Worst case scenario, you go back to, if we go into this agreement, we say, show us the signatures, or best case, I don't know how you say it, the developer may at that time pull those houses out of the agreement and still continue to annex, just leaving those folks there, but also we lose the ability to purchase Bulow, possibly, the land. So I don't know what the risk benefit to anybody in that situation is. Sure, you don't have signatures, you lose, Flagler Beach loses 120 or so odd homes.
225.
225 properties.
354.
And that may be the thing,
And the
but,
roads.
but will we lose the ability to purchase?
Well, that's tit for tat.
Right.
That's,
And that's gonna
that's quid
happen.
pro quo. That's like illegal.
I completely agree with you. And so I'm open to either way or having a discussion, but another one of those situations where a developer, just like the marina, where a developer decides that they're going to throw full force at us. Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to risk the possibility of losing what land has been negotiated? That may never come to pass one way or the other. It's a shame Flagler Beach didn't follow the statutes on annexation. That they would blindly turn an eye to it. That's my thought on it. So does this board need to discuss this now?
Well, those people are citizens of Flagler County,
That's right. And
so we do
are-
represent them.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, I'll ask you this. If the board was to look at doing an action to ensure that the signatures were there, and in a matter of just protecting the unincorporated residents that reside there now from being voluntarily annexed without their signatures, and we go through the resolution, what is the harm possibly that we're facing as Flagler County on the Bulow protection?
What we could be facing, and this would all be hypothetical, what we could be facing is probably, for starters, the agreement we're currently drafting for the financial contributions to remedy the impacts onto John Anderson Highway would probably be pulled. And those contributions do also include that each building permit that was going to be pulled for properties on Veranda Bay were also going to be charged to include their proportionate fair share of their impacts on John Anderson Highway as well. So if we were to do a 164 challenge, the city has flat out said, then we're going to pull the lots in the streets. If they do that, it would go back to the city. They would probably rescind their current ordinance and then annex without the lots in the city, without the lots in the streets. At that point, we would lose the only legal challenge we had to the annexation, because now they have a contiguous property that meets the standards for voluntary annexation. But we would probably potentially lose the financial contributions to address the impacts onto the roads. We would lose and the other issues that we'd probably, going back to argue those impacts to the city on an agreement that we pretty much tore up, where we already had the settlement there. You could theoretically end up with a Pyrrhic victory, because the impacts that you're addressing from that annexation are being wrapped up in this agreement that we're currently drafting. that's where we stand. And then again, they could also at that point. I mean, we're looking at all we have is a willing seller, but they're looking at, you know, if they can, I don't think there's any guarantees that they have to purchase. They can always just renege on the price and state, well, that price is just insufficient to us, and we could be battling over the price
But he's
tags of
already
that. So the
threatened it.
question
He's-
is,
he's
do
already
we?
said that.
So the question at that point, do we become? You know, it's then becomes it's almost becomes a business decision for this board. What are the risks you want to undertake to proceed forward with another battle with the city when I lay out that here are the possible outcomes you have. Now, nothing of this precludes any resident from Flagler Beach from challenging the annexation. As a resident, they would have, an affected resident, especially one who is being annexed, would have standing. However, in regards to the county, those are the issues that you would have to weigh on whether or not you want to proceed to move forward or not.
Okay. Does this need to be decided at this meeting, or do we have time by the 16th?
Why don't we ask our lawyer to go talk to their lawyer and say, look, why don't you just go get the signatures?
They said,
Because there's
from my
not that many
understanding
homes there.
from Scott Bradley, their lawyer said, this is a case to first impression. There is nothing on that to understand whether or not the signatures are needed. So he stopped short of saying, we need the signatures or we don't need the signatures.
My understanding of their opinion is that they are going to deem the signatures are when the property owners closed on the purchase of the lot, the declaration, the covenants of the already existing lots within Veranda Bay include a clause that state that if you take title to a lot, you will not object to the developer who retains the right to annex the property into Flagler Beach, and you will not object to the developer's intent to annex into Flagler Beach. So the legal argument then becomes, is that legally sufficient to meet the statutory requirement that that signature falls within the signature of a petition or not? And then there is no case law. The only opinion that's out there is an opinion from the Attorney General's office, and it relates to a condominium association where the association president signed a petition for annexation, and the Attorney General's office opined that that in order to satisfy the language of the statute, every single unit owner within the condominium has to sign the petition. However, it has not gone to the courts yet. So you would also run the risk of going to the courts and the courts stating then, well, the spirit of the statute has been met because the property owners have signed and have consented to their property to be annexed by the virtue of the declaration. So it's not necessarily as cut and dry. We can make the county can theoretically make the argument, well, the law is to be interpreted as the law is written, and the law says the petition itself has to have all signatures or not. But when the city attorney says, yes, it is a case of first impression, is because that issue has not been litigated yet in the state of Florida.
And the condo really doesn't, in my mind, as I'm listening, doesn't apply because they've purchased it already. And then they were coming back and wanting to annex in as the association, and that wasn't part of the closing documents from that condo, which is the point that this current developer is making.
Yeah, I can see the argument. They're agreeing to the annexation when they sign that, when they buy the property.
Well, but they don't sign the deed, and we don't have the signatures from whatever they signed on the other side of their closing documents. No one has a copy of that.
Right. The argument is the statute means the signature has to appear on the actual petition to the city that you're annexing to, or will the signature on your closing and your acceptance of the deed and the declaration, is that enough to carry it forward that you have now also consented to your property being annexed and then therefore included in the petition. That would be the legal issue that a court would decide in a challenge in this case.
I don't think it's worth us getting involved. It sounds like a court case that would be ugly.
I see it as the property owner and the developer issue. If the property owner has issues with it, it'll be between them and ultimately the city of Flagler Beach. I don't know.
So-
I don't know. I mean, beyond that, I mean, I'm listening to our discussions.
Yeah, I think we should stay out of it.
I would like, so they had their meeting on the 26th and did this? Is that, sorry. Okay, so we have 30 days from the 26th, correct?
You would have 30 days from the 26th to file an action to challenge the ordinance.
Okay.
Which would mean that we would either have to hold that meeting to initiate 164 action with,
Understood.
prior to that, or have a 164 and bring a case into abeyance, but that's only if, upon your direction.
So on the 16th, that we could have a special meeting. I just feel like I need a little bit more information before but if there's a consensus to let it go forward, there's a consensus. But we stood up here, we talked about, we were gonna protect the county from annexation that didn't add up to being what we viewed or our attorney viewed as legal. I get the argument, though, that it's on Flagler Beach, but those are unincorporated residents that we're going to be subjecting to additional taxation without a document saying they're a willing person. So that's my thing. It's almost like, I mean, I would want my representative to be looking out for me before I was additionally taxed without knowledge. So, and Mr. Belchie has admitted he may not be able to get all those signatures. So, you know, for whatever reason, doesn't mean that those folks don't owe him those signatures. It's in their covenants and restrictions. So I could go either way on this, but I'm leaning towards maybe we should have a discussion about it because I don't think we should allow the 150 acres of Bulow to get in our heads because I think at any time he can agree not to sell it to us. So that I had a good feeling down in my gut that that's probably wouldn't happen either. Anyways, that what we have with him is not strong. I'd like to come to this conclusion one way or another and ask the board maybe to set up that special meeting on the 16th. You can say no then, but let's all agree to do our research and talk this through with the attorney privately, talk to people involved, talk to the city of Flagler Beach before we make a final decision.
You wouldn't need to have it be a special meeting. It
No.
could be an
We
agenda.
could
It could be
bring-
an
we
item
could-
on the agenda.
Can we do that? Can we at least agree to like walk away from here, do our homework, come back on the 16th and have a real strong argument for or against with our situation and
Best for us to do our best.
at our 5 o'clock meeting, not our workshop. And I'll try to make the 5 o'clock. Okay.
What are you putting it on the agenda?
Yes. Can
As
we-
a what?
Well, he's saying we'll just put it as a discussion,
Well,
correct?
what I'm stating is that if you in the end want to take action, it doesn't have to be a separate meeting. It could be an item on the agenda because all you're doing is passing a resolution. So doing that doesn't have to be done at a special meeting. It could be part of the regular meeting.
Okay, just again, right, but
16th.
I'm just, it's going to be a long night.
Oh.
It is a
Do
lot
you want it
on
in the
that.
workshop?
It is a lot on that agenda.
Do you want to put it into can it be on a workshop?
If you're going to take action, then it has to be a special
Yeah.
meeting.
Put it on. Put it on.
Unless you do it as a,
Put it
you
on.
move it from the workshop, I don't know. I'm just saying it's,
Well, I think we owe it.
gonna be a
I
mess.
think we owe it on this topic.
Workshop with a special meeting. Yeah, but you can't, there's no need to do a special meeting.
Andy, how do you feel about the workshop with
That's
a
fine.
special meeting to follow?
it's not my favorite, but it's better.
But it's better. Okay, we'll do it as a workshop with a special meeting to follow on the item. Would that be all right?
If you like to go forward, that's your prerogative.
Agreed? Okay, if we,
I'm not in favor, but I'm
I understand,
outnumbered.
but I am in favor, she's in favor. You're in favor. Okay, we have a consensus on that. There was supposed to be a workshop at 1 o'clock on roads. Everyone has been here since 8:30. I have an emergency issue, so I would have to ask Ms. Carney to chair. That do you want to have roads? And if so,
How
what
busy
time
is
would
our
you-
next workshop?
First of all, I move we adjourn this session.
Well, yes.
We got to do that.
What time do
Okay,
you want to come
second.
back for your workshop?
No, my comment was, can this be put to the next workshop, or is that we're already busy?
That's what I was actually going to ask. Would you like for this topic to be moved to the next workshop on the 16th
Yes,
and give everybody back the day?
yes.
And I
Yes.
apologize for those.
How many staff have been waiting for this?
Richard, Zion.
One?
Yes, it's a great presentation, too.
She's seen it before.
And I feel like somebody came for roads. Did you come for the roads? No? Okay, never mind. I thought, I usually can pick them while they're here. I thought you might be here for roads, Chris. All right, if no one objects, can we move this to the next workshop on the 16th, roads?
I agree.
All right, motion to adjourn?
Do we need to
Now,
vote on
now I'll do a motion
need-
to adjourn.
to move, or do we need to open up the workshop?
Yeah,
and then-
I would open up the workshop,
Okay.
table the matter to the 16th,
Right.
and then we can close
Right.
the workshop.
So we'll take a motion for adjournment.
We did.
All right, we're adjourned.